Alright, Nagato, you asked, motherfucker. We're live. Turn it up. How's everyone doing? Hi, guys. Nagato, how's it going, buddy? Excuse me? Oh, nice. Nagato, Afterlees, Luvion, how's it going, guys? Nightwalker, how's it going? Stock. What? Dandelion, Jefferson, how's it going? S-T-A-K. Stack? Oh, nope. No. Spectral, Morpheus, Pushkar, Zaza, how's it going? I am so hyped, Dandelion. Man, it has been so long since it's been a week, but like to me it feels like it's been an eternity since I've read Lord of the Mysteries. Because it's been 6 months of me reading it way more often than this. This is crazy work. I'm playing Silksong nonstop. Nice. Amon, how's it going, man? Sin, how's it going? I have been playing Ghost of Yote for like fucking crazy amounts of hours a day for the last little bit. It is crazy work. Oh, fuck. Yes, I did forget. Dr. Z, how's it going? Sorry, I totally... Yes, I forgot about that. You're sick, Nightwalker? I did forget for a second, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Oh, you have XP for... No. Oh, studying. I see. Okay. Alley, lane, way, path. My back hurts after... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that would do it. Oh, no. I don't study often, bro. Even in school, I did not study very much at all. It's almost like Nightwalkers. I know, yeah. I have a piercing headache. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get something to... I want to go back to studying instead of working. Yeah, that's fair. I'm doing good, Zaz. I'm doing good. I feel good today. I feel good. Yeah, that's fair. Way lane out. No, hold on. Okay, let's let this go. Kit, gear. Let's put on where? No. Okay, wait. Put on, wear, don. Yawning before we even begin. Yeah, this is bad. Will we go to emoji? I don't know. That'll be dependent on mods. I have no fucking idea. Hope, how's it going, man? How you doing? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Story's new to me. Wear, put on, don. I can't take it. Stop. Jesus Christ. All right, Morpheus. All right, like 10 more minutes. Court. Kit? Like kid out? Aw, you bitch. Oh, okay, fuck this. We are not getting this today. This is bad. We'll have to wait until Devil gets here too. I'm really happy though. You buy something, Zaza? Make me a mod since it doesn't have it. We'll see if Romero doesn't show. I mean, so far we have Nightwalker, we have Milosh, we also DSV hopefully also pops by, so we should be okay. But if you know, yeah, we'll see. We're okay. Fund money. State matter. Okay, money matter. Yeah, I did shopping and ate a lot of seafood. Nice. Matter state. State country? Maybe it's in that state, maybe? It is. Okay. Matter country. Important. Economy. let's go. I feel like we're getting better at this. We're getting so much better. Or maybe we just got lucky. I don't know. When taken. Chess? You want to see how fucking stupid I am? James, how's it going? Wait, let me tell you how much I spent. It's gonna be like $100. Oh, nice. Cool. Alright, we can play chess. Hold on. We can play chess. God damn it. Y'all are gonna see how dumb I am in real time. God damn it. I haven't played chess. I don't play chess that often anymore. I used to... I feel like me and the rest of the world got really into it during COVID and then just kind of gave up on it later. In the final stream, I should do... wait, are you reading until 1380, Hope? If you disagree, you'll have to talk to Luvian about that, though. Luvian picks out the chapter numbers, and he's done such a good job, I don't generally question him. Yeah, it's probably going to be a losing chess streak. I'm not even going to care. Alright, let's just do this. We'll just do a 3-minute blitz game. Yeah, that's fine. Wrongs, how's it going, man? 486 is crazy work, bro. My rating at peak used to be like 1200. I'm sure I'm not that good anymore, but like, come on. Yeah, you can take it, I don't care. That's fine. Not what I meant to do, it slept, but that's fine. My mouse has been really jittery, and it's not even the mouse, because like I'll switch mouses and I still keep getting the same thing, so I don't know, maybe it's that USB port starting to go bit by bit, I don't know. Either way, I don't like it. Now it leaves me open a castle both sides, just depending on what side he castles, and then we can go from there. Money, how's it going, man? So that tells me at the end of 1380 is a massive fucking cliffhanger. Fuck you guys, by the way, already. Just in preparation, really. Nothing has happened yet, but all the same. I used to hope, or I used to money, but not at this point. I don't really play. I wouldn't call whatever the fuck I do playing chess. Like, there's multiple music changes starting 73 music. Okay, sounds good. We'll keep an eye out, and by that I mean you will have to yell at me to switch. Yep. Okay, I go here. Threaten his queen. Now he has to castle this way if he wants to castle. So we're going to be castle on the same side, so we got to push on the other side. Not to brag, but I am decent at chess. Good work. Nice. Bug, how's it going, man? What do you expect from the remaining chapters? I think there's going to be a big Amon fight coming. I think that's... Excuse me? Eh? Why do I not just take this? No, he has to take, because he doesn't really have a choice. Eh? Did he just fuck that up? I'm attacking his bishop. I'm still attacking your bishop, silly. Now we just do... oh, now my bishop is hanging. So we're just gonna move this up here, I guess. That's okay. Now we just do this to give our king some breathing room. We can do that to protect that pawn, no problem. If he takes, then I have to let him take, because otherwise my because if I take, then he takes my bishop. That's okay. We don't actually mind that, because now we actually do this. Now we take. Now he takes, but but the bishop is protected by the knight, so we just protect the knight, so he can't take that. And then I can just move this over here if he doesn't move the king, which leads to a check, so then I can take the rook. That's a really silly fucking move, excuse me? You dumb bitch. Yoink. I'm just gonna get this out of the way. At this point, I'm not really in any big danger at this point. We can just check here really quickly. I think we just go here. And then I just go here. I'm okay with this. This is okay, so now I can just take that. That's good. Now we can just do that. Happy to trade my rook because he's down a rook. So now he has to move back here, and then I take... Oh, no, he can't... that's not even a trade. Never mind. This is blocking this file. He's just lost, basically. Yoink. Now we're just going to go there, where he's going to go here. We're going to go here. Checkmate. Oh, wow. I missed that. Silly. Okay. Now we can just go all the way back here and checkmate all the same. Yay! Good work. Nice, nice. Good game. Oakmane, how's it going, man? Sorry, I've been really avoiding chat because I was running low on time and I didn't want him to win by time. That was bad. Sadly, I can't carry since I don't play. All good. We were probably gonna need you to carry me at fucking connections though, because connections was rough as fuck today. But it's all good. Okay, let's get reading. It's 12 o'clock. Let's get reading, boys. Let's get. Fuck you, Nightwalker. You can't just give me. You can't just say thank. You can't just say it was good. Fuck you. Was he dog shit? Yeah, of course he was. I'm rated 500, motherfucker. What did you... What did you yeah, of course he wasn't decent. 500 is like you've never fucking played this game ever. 500 is crazy. 1370. Hold on, let me get this pulled up. Stranger, how's it going? Okay, hold on. 13, wait, no, we're at 1371, right? Yes, okay. Squeeze me. 1371. Who are allies, who are foes? The finale begins. Dude, I'm gonna have to do something. My fucking mouse keeps snagging and it's irritating the piss out of me. Did he do something about the... I asked you... What did you ask me to do, Nightwalker? Excuse me? Okay. Man is slandering these stuck... 500. James, no one is stuck at 500, okay? You could literally just play for like 2 weeks and be better than... Can I donate $3.2 million? You know what, Morpheus? I would actually love that. If you do that, I'll actually just stream all the time. I'll just quit my job. We can just do that, really. Do you look at... no, Nagito. I looked... It was like 40 pages, motherfucker. I'm gonna look at it later. I don't... What? Bayam, inside the Church of the Sea God. After the Mass, Aldrich Wilson returned to his room and saw a figure appear by the window to make a notification on screen. Oh, yes, Nightwalker. I did do that. I did do that. So, okay. I don't know if you guys will like this. This was much more of an artistic choice than anything else, but I can show you guys what it looks like if someone donates on Buy Me a Coffee now. Or joins as a member or whatever. Yeah! Yeah. Okay. Oh no, I don't like that. We can just yeah, this is fine. Oh, serious music. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay, let me get that. Let me change that really quickly. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, what just happened? Okay. Merlin, 3 months, man. That's crazy. Thanks, buddy. That's crazy work, man. 3 months. Man. Okay, let's go. After the mass, Alger Wilson returned to his room and saw a figure by the window. It was Gearman Sparrow, in a top hat and trench coat. Without waiting for Alger to speak, Klein took 2 steps forward and solemnly said, "I have come under Mr. Fool's orders." He was habitually acting as the attendant of mysteries. Alger immediately lowered his head and pressed his hat to his chest. Praise Mr. Fool. Klein nodded slightly and took out an item from the junk pile of Sephira Castle. Alger's eyes immediately reflected a short scepter made of bones. The tip of the scepter... Oh, he's going to give this to him. The tip of the scepter was embedded with tiny blue gems. A small number of them dyed black, and a small number were covered in the light of dawn. Around it were countless pure points of light, and the sound of illusory prayers emitted from it. Alger's eyes widened as he couldn't help but reveal a hint of greed. As a Sequence 4 demigod of the Sailor Pathway, he was extremely certain that the scepter before him was the symbol of the sea god's level and his strength. As he endured the slight dizziness from the prayers, he cast his gaze at Gearman. Klein raised the sea god scepter in one hand and solemnly said, "This is Mr. Fool's gift, a sign of trust as well as a reward for protecting a large number of believers. No matter what happens in the future, you are to keep following Mr. Fool's instructions and do your best to complete the missions he gives." Alger understood the hidden meaning. He suspected that Mr. Fool would encounter something in the near future, causing him to suffer injuries or enter a nadir state. As the thought that he had already left the Church of the Sea God and had no way out, Alger pressed his hand to his chest and shouted, "My faith lies only with Mr. Fool." Upon seeing this, Klein secretly nodded before repeating what he had said to Miss Justice and Miss Judgment. This made Alger heave a sigh of relief. After all, knowing what might happen in the future was better than knowing nothing at all. Without hesitation, he repeated his words in a serious tone. Klein handed the scepter to him. "You should get used to the sealed artifact and the daily life as a sea god. Once you are finished digesting the cataclysmic interror potion, use it to concoct the potion. The previous acting will reduce the difficulty of advancing." In fact, Klein could now remove the grafting and transfer the concept of sea god, which was directed at him in Sephira Castle, to Alger, allowing him to directly become half a sea god. It would allow him to better adapt to this new identity and advance quickly. However, considering how he was about to accommodate Mr. Fool's uniqueness, he needed sufficient anchors to believe the consciousness of the Celestial Worthy's awakening. He couldn't be missing the sea god's believers. Klein decided to wait until his condition had stabilized before transferring everything that was related to the sea god. Currently, Alger was an attendant more suitable to wield the authority, helping the deity listen and respond to prayers without enjoying the corresponding anchors and identities. The Sea God Scepter's owner was still Klein, as everything still pointed to him. This was a miraculous use of grafting. By the way, you know what I will say? I was thinking about this. I was like, I think, what is it? Fucking Fours is gonna become a angel. I always suspected that Fours was just kind of gonna be music's a bit loud. Oh, sorry. I always suspected that Fours was just gonna be like a nothing burger, really. But like seeing that Amon gave the Abraham family all those characteristics. Oh, needs to be a bit louder. I see. But that Amon gave that the Abraham family all those characteristics, and they have no one else to give it to but Fours. I'm like, damn, she might be a demigod soon. She might be an angel soon, you know? Whereas, like, everyone else is like, what is... Where's Audrey gonna get the angel characteristic? Adam sits up... Adam? Or, like, the ancient sun god sits upon the fucking throne of the... of her pathway. How is she becoming an angel? Adam is like, what a piece of shit. Alger suppressed his excitement and joy as he answered Gehrman and received the scepter. Then he deliberately asked, what negative effects does this artifact have? Mr. Fool has already applied certain seals to it. The negative effects of the Sea God Scepter have been greatly reduced, Klein said. It will only make the wielder more irritable and cause the spirit to be in a certain state of chaos. In addition, it will drain the blood of the surrounding creatures once a month. You can fly to the sea or an uninhabited island ahead of time. That's still manageable, Alger thought. After Klein described it, he vanished. And used to say Adam is better. Sorry, let me be really clear, Nightwalker. Adam is still better than Amon. No qualms about that, bro. In the ancient palace above the fog, after finishing the additional preparations, Klein sat on the fool's chair and conjured a piece of goatskin and a dark red fountain pen. He began analyzing the possible developments at the main peak of the Hornacius mountain range when he faced the Antigonus family ancestor. If everything goes smoothly, I will enter the final stage of accommodating the fool's uniqueness. The goddess will definitely have to remove the concealment, because this is the only way to allow the region to... I've missed you too, Salavq. Thanks, buddy. Thank you so much. Alright, so no one is beating... Alright, so no one is beating Salavq in XP today. Good, he's already top of the charts. That's done. Thank you, Salavq. How's it going? This is because this is the only way to allow the region to interact with reality while allowing fate to connect and thus being able to fool fate. From Mr. Door's apotheosis ritual, the commotion caused by accommodating a uniqueness is not trivial. Once it's not concealed, this matter will definitely be detected by the other deities. Furthermore, those who are concerned might have begun watching the main peak of the Hornacius mountain range already. Once there are any changes, they will immediately know. In such a situation, there is no doubt there will be interference, destruction, assistance, and support. It's important to find out who foes and allies are. Otherwise, there is no way to make a targeted preparation. The goddess is definitely on my side. Eh? No, you don't have to do that at all, so don't do that, please. Fuck. Shit, I thought you said you didn't have your laptop. What? Fuck. The goddess is on my side. If she were an enemy, I would have been concealed countless times. It's impossible for me to grow to this level. To put it simply, she had many opportunities to sell me out. Furthermore, she could sell it at a very good price previously. Furthermore, to her, it wouldn't affect her ability to support who becomes the Lord of Mysteries. That's why she made a decision based on her preferences. Adam is currently unable to bypass the seal and obtain the River of Eternal Darkness. The ones who do not wish for Amon to become the Lord of the Mysteries are EBS, Lord of Storm, God of Knowledge and Wisdom. So once someone attempts to destroy my ritual to accommodate the full uniqueness, they would definitely help me. Apart from these four, the remaining sequence zeros are Adam and the True Creator, who are Amon's father. The probability of helping him is definitely higher than them being on the sidelines. The Earth Mother has placed a bet on me through Emlyn, but it's not necessarily the case that she would definitely help me. To her, waiting patiently is a far better outcome. The Primordial Demoness's condition is odd. It's possible for her to make any choice. The attitude of the God of Steam and Machinery is ambiguous. It's more likely for him to remain neutral or privately make a deal with Amon and Adam. I don't have any chips for him. pick your side, Amon or Klein. I will always bet on my boy Klein every single time, okay? Every single time. I would never bet against him. Other than these true deities, there are some uncommon sequence zeros, or the consciousness in existence that are nearly at a sequence zero. The Lord of the Abyss, also known as the Dark Side of the Universe, is suspected to have been invaded by the Mother Tree of Desire. He would occasionally respond to prayers of the Blood Sanctify sect. It has been a long time since he exerted any influence on the real world. Likewise, the Chained God is in a similar state. What they will do will depend on the Mother Tree of Desire, and to the other deities, delaying the birth of a Lord of Mysteries would be a consensus. Under such circumstances, stopping me from being able to accommodate the Fool's uniqueness will only cause me to be at an absolute disadvantage in the competition with Amon, allowing the completion to quickly determine a winner. The most plausible strategy is the Mother Tree of Desire is tacit consent. She might even help me to accommodate the Fool uniqueness, preventing the scale between me and Amon from tilting. After that, she will repeatedly destroy our inclination and attempts to converge, delaying the birth of the Lord of Mysteries. The Red Angel's spirit definitely hasn't recovered to the level where he can be involved in such things. The Hidden Sage is very mysterious, making it difficult to guess his thoughts, but he should know that I am hostile towards him. Bro, what? Imagine the sheer fucking aura of Klein saying, Medici can't really be involved in my things anymore. He's too weak. He's not reached that level. Like, oh, what? Oh, what kind of fucking... Oh, the aura. At this moment in the analysis, Klein made a conclusion. Allies. The Evernight Goddess, the Lord of Storm, EBS God of Knowledge. Foes. Adam, the True Creator, and Amon. Neutral, with tendencies to support me. Earth Mother, Dark Side of the Universe, and Chained God. Neutral, with tendencies to support Amon, Hidden Sage. Neutral and ambiguous. Primordial Demoness and God of Steam and Machinery. Yes, I'll ignore how far Adam and the True Creator have fused. I'll consider the worst case scenario. I'll treat them as the Ancient Sun God and treat them as a dual pathway Sequence Zero True God. The goddess has the uniqueness of the Twilight Giant and Death, and although she hasn't accommodated them, she has some level of control. Even if she can't compare to the Ancient Sun God, she can stall him for sure. Bro, you think she can only stall the Ancient Sun God? Nah, I feel like they're like evenly matched at this point. But yeah, because he's only half, and she's definitely more than half, but I guess he's half a pillar and she's only half a Great Old One. So, I don't know how big the difference between a pillar and a Great Old One is, though. By the way, can I just say how shitty it is that for everything else we all agree is like all sequence zeros are like strong and like all sequences are strong if you know how to use them, whatever. But once you get that high, there's just 3 pathways that are like, yeah, we're pillars, we're just better than you, and if you didn't pick us, get fucked, really. I'll beat your ass. I'll also consider Amon as a dual pathway sequence zero. At least 2 of the Lord of Storm trio have to be diverted to have a chance to fend him off. From the surface, I still hold an advantage. Klein looked at the content list in front of him. Although this advantage didn't consider the neutral factions. Klein Hollow, how's it going, man? No worries, buddy. Yeah, definitely get out of here. Thanks for popping by. However, this advantage didn't consider neutral factions. Klein tapped the edge of the table and considered the worst possible situation. The Primordial Demoness, Hidden Sage, and the God of Steam and Machinery might all choose to help Amon based on their own secret dealings or their mortality. This way, even if the Mother Tree participated, even Mother Tree, good God, even if the Earth Mother, so cute, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you, you didn't have to do that. Like, at all. What do you mean, just as proof? Excuse me? No. I know, we'll leave it there. We're good. The primordial demoness would wait, hold on. This way, even if the Earth Mother participated in the battle, Klein would be at a disadvantage. The god of steam and machinery and the other gods from the omniscient pathway would cancel each other out. The primordial demoness would hold back the Earth Mother, who had just taken back the uniqueness of the moon. The hidden sage would face the dark side of the universe and the chained god, which were controlled by the Mother Tree of Desire. The powers that the outer deities could sneak into the world were extremely limited. This way, this gave the hidden sage a likely advantage. Furthermore, this cancellation was a calculation based on ideal conditions. In reality, under the chaotic situation, Amon, who was in charge of the error, could play many tricks. It was possible that he would be able to find weaknesses in an instant and bypass the obstacles, causing Klein's ritual to fail and make him lose control. In addition, some deities who supported Klein on the surface might turn to help Amon due to reasons he wasn't aware of. As for the sealed artifacts that could change the power balance between the deities, some deities who supported Klein on the surface... Nope, wait. As for the sealed artifacts that could change the power of balance between the deities, Klein didn't know much of them. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I fleeced the Mother Tree of Desire. Yes, I have to make some preparations for the worst case scenario to prevent things from developing in this direction. Salavq, he's fucking with you. You can't donate to a single person. He's just fucking with you. Donations are random. Unknown viewer, thank you so much. What? Thank you so much. Hey? Hey? Thank you for, yeah. What is happening? Wait. Yes, I have to make some preparations for the worst-case scenario. Klein dispersed the paper and the fountain pen in front of him, and cast his gaze at a particular prayer light. His figure vanished from the Sephira Castle and appeared at Bernadette's dawn. Oh, nice. Okay, nice. He's gonna go talk... he is gonna use the magic wishing lamp. Fuck yes. Because he has another wish, right? Because he has 2 wishes, I think, from the magic wishing lamp? Because memberships are What? Eh? Memberships are why the... Yeah, James, you got gifted one from... Senta, I think. Or not Senta, what the fuck? From, Salavq, sorry. Queen Mystic seemed to have a sense of foreboding when she saw Gehrman's arrival. Without any surprise, she put down the ancient scroll in her hand and cast her gaze at the visitor in front. YouTube memberships and donations are what? Eh? Klein didn't stand on ceremony and directly said, "I wish to borrow the magic wishing lamp for the day." Bernadette nodded and raised her hand to pick up the magic wishing lamp. Her invisible servant held the unique lamp and brought it to Klein. Bernadette didn't make any requests. It was as though she wasn't afraid that she would end up having an accumulated additional wish and dying. She believed that Mr. Fool would be able to resolve the problem because the existence had displayed this ability before. In the next second, Klein, who had transformed into Gehrman, vanished from the dawn and returned to Sephira Castle. He placed the magic wishing lamp on the table in front of him. He immediately saw the candle wick light up. "You haven't fulfilled your promise yet, so I won't fulfill your wishes according to your will again," the genie said. "You should know that the current owner of this lamp is Roselle's daughter. The first wish you made was to place her accumulated wishes that could allow her to suffer a backlash at the level above the sequences onto you. This time, I won't permit you to transfer her wishes onto yourself." When Klein had used the magic wishing lamp to escape, he hadn't used the ownership of this Grade Zero he hadn't changed the ownership of this Grade Zero artifact. It still belonged to Bernadette, and its wielder was still a Queen Mystic. Therefore, his wish would simultaneously be accumulated on himself and Bernadette. At that moment, his first wish was to transfer the 2 wishes that Bernadette had previously made under his name. This cleared Bernadette's accumulated wishes, and he was burdened with 2. At the same time, this first wish was also accumulated. Therefore, after it was fulfilled, Bernadette could count 1. Bernadette's count became 1, and Klein's was 3. Following that, Klein made a second wish. It would undoubtedly be counted towards Bernadette and him. Finally, Bernadette's wish count would be 2 without exceeding the critical point, while Klein's reached 4. Without any surprise, he suffered the backlash from the rules that was at the level of an outer deity and died on the spot. Under the premise that Klein made another wish, it would make Bernadette's count 3, causing her to unavoidably suffer something terrible. Of course, he could also mimic the first wish as he did previously, transferring Bernadette's wish count onto him and spending one more chance at revival. However, the genie had already made it clear that he would distort any similar wishes, allowing the wish to be realized in a way that Klein didn't want. It's also because I was in a rush last time and Roselle was affected by the primordial moon, so the wish we came up with was definitely flawed. At that time, we could have added a description to make the first wish only count under my name. Or perhaps I should have added another wish between the first and the second to transfer the ownership of the magic wishing lamp to me. After all, my death would result in my ownership being cleared, and it would return to its wielder. You should be no stranger to tampering and reassembly, Klein smiled at the genie. With your level and current state, I can rely on Sephira Castle to graft its ownership of Bernadette onto me. Or perhaps we can use a different method and directly use theft. The genie fell silent. Although you aren't as cunning as him, you're just as shameless, he said. Nice. However, this is of no use. After you accumulate your wishes and die, the ownership of this castle will still return to Roselle's daughter, and I will distort the rules and place your wish count onto her. As I said earlier, that before you fulfill your promise, I won't fulfill your wish normally again. Klein maintained a smile. I once heard a story about investors. When a company is in trouble, those who are more willing to provide aid will definitely be the original investors. Although they have already paid a lot, if they don't continue, they might not be able to recoup their investments and might lose everything. Of course, they could use other means to retrieve their own shares or exchange their investments, but that'd be another story. What type do you think you are? Basically, what Klein is saying to him is, hey, you've already placed your bets on me. I'm just going to use the sink cost fallacy on you. Like, hey, you've already bet on me, so let's just keep betting or you lose your shit. And the genie stared at Klein and laughed. After you gain a deeper grasp of Sephira Castle, you have also seemed to obtain the eloquence of a swindler. However, unless you help me remove the seal now, it'll be difficult for me to affect matters at the level of Sequence 0. At most, you will encounter a backlash from above the sequence laws and die again. However, this won't be of any help for what you wish to do now. Death means failure. Furthermore, you should know very well that losing control during your advancement will affect all avatars, not something you can avoid by cutting off all connections. Indeed, I hadn't thought of a wish, I was just making preparations. Actually, this lamp has another use that can affect matters at Sequence 0. I heard that a true god once attempted to destroy this lamp but failed. Indeed, how can a lamp that can seal an outer deity be so easily damaged? It definitely has the power of the Lord of Mysteries or Sephira Castle. It's such a waste not to use something as sturdy as you as a shield. The genie fell silent. After encountering such an exchange, Klein and the genie exchanged their views. The fact that both of them were connected by fate allowed them to come up with a preliminary agreement. So he went from using Grozel's travel to using the wishing lamp because he was like, Grozel's travel is too weak now, so we're going to actually use a magic wishing lamp. Klein then placed the magic wishing lamp into his pocket, prepared to use it at any moment. After completing all this, he cast his gaze. Quantum, how's it going, man? No worries. Appreciate you popping by. After completing all of this, he cast his gaze at the fragments of light related to the Hornacius mountain range in the fog of history. He was almost done with his preparations. Next, he would create another avatar and steal the undigested Attendant of Mysteries characteristic for himself. Then he could face the ancestor of the indigenous family. And this might very well trigger a divine battle. To be frank, Klein didn't wish for that to happen, because a war of deities would definitely have a negative impact on the real world. God, I love this music. Back when the Rose Redemption stopped the resurrection of the Primordial One in the divine battle brought to assassinate the ancient sun god, involving the help of Sasrir, it directly brought a disaster that affected the entire eastern continent. This caused more than 99% of living creatures there to die, and making large swaths of terrain to resemble the Abyss. The War of the Four Emperors and the Pale Disaster had nearly destroyed the northern continent, causing countless people to die and mutate. Will you be reading authors afterwards? An ordinary person's life in modern... They are side stories that happen... Yeah, we'll be reading the side stories, Monzek. Yeah, we will. This caused the mountains to turn into lakes, valleys to turn into peaks, rivers changing paths, and the land to collapse. The battle between the goddess and the god of combat happened in the astral world. It happened in the goddess's divine kingdom and was brief. Therefore, it had the least impact on the real world. But before that, the world war had exceeded a year and drained the blood of countless people. If it was possible, Klein was willing to give up on Sephra Castle and live on as a Sequence 1 or even a Sequence 2 angel. However, along the way, there were too many existences who had provided him with help, kindness, and fate. At this moment, if Klein were to give up, he would put them all in danger. That wasn't being kind, but selfish. From time immemorial, which successful person didn't bear the fates of others? If he gave up, what of the rest? The members of the Tarot Club, the Fool's Believers of the City of Silver and the Moon City, Azek, Raynette, Will. Various people flashed through Klein's mind. Yeah, Zaza. Yeah, I think it pulls from a subset of people who have like watched videos or streams in the past month or so or something. I looked this up a while back. I can't remember the exact thing. If Amon could be trusted, it wasn't that Klein couldn't hand all of this over to him. However, this god of deceit has always been reckless. Even his believers were always just himself. If Klein were to give up, notwithstanding his own safety... Varshan, how's it going, man? You were gifted a membership, yeah, if you're wondering. Yes. The people or demigods he had just thought of might be caught by his enemies or directly end up wearing a monocle. Among them was Will and the Fool's Believers. Believe in the might of the deities, but do not trust in their benevolence. This was Klein's decision. When facing the goddess, he had used the Lord of Storm and Company as an example. He was telling her that he wouldn't let her down after all the help she had given him. This was the existence that had bet the most on him. If Klein were to give up, the goddess might have to pay a greater price to obtain the River of Eternal Darkness. She might not be able to obtain it forever. This was because after the appearance of the two pillars, the Lord of Mystery and the God Almighty, it meant that the threat from the outer deities would be reduced to its lowest level. There wouldn't be any need for an additional great old one to appear. Wait, hold on. Is Klein saying that just the God Almighty and the Lord of Mysteries can tell all the fucking outer gods, like, hey, motherfucker, you step foot onto this land, we'll kill you all, okay? Just leave us alone. They're that strong? The two of them can tell like 7 outer deities, like, hey, motherfucker, you step foot onto here, I will beat your ass, okay, motherfucker? You ain't got shit on me. Lyola, how's it going? That is cool. That's cool. Oh my god! That's crazy. I thought it'd be like one pillar would be worth like 1.5 or something. But they're worth like 3 fucking great old ones? Oh my god. I'll use Sephra Castle to graft the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range to the astral world, preventing the War of the Deities from bringing any harm to the real world. It can also allow the deities who are guarding the cracking barrier to unleash their full strength. After all, most of my supporters are Orthodox deities. Klein's mind raced. He then snapped his fingers and used Sephra Castle to create an avatar to stand beside him. Because the Mother Goddess of Depravity is the pillar? But still, what? Didn't they wait? But they said they can, in theory, be 4, right? Like someone, like, was it the goddess's pathway that can be a pseudo pillar? Am I making that up? Am I misremembering? I don't know. The avatar Klein created was a blueprint of his present state, and not Dwayne, Sherlock, or Merlin, so as to prevent any obstacles in self-awareness. Eternal Darkness plus music change starting this chapter. Give me mod if you don't want to check all the time. I can get rid of the spoilers that way. Yeah, go on. If you remember how Celestial Worthy and God Almighty came about, that isn't too surprising. In fact, that says more about how powerful outer deities are, in fact. Really? No, okay. Where's... Okay, no, Kami. Seer, how's it going? Let me just open up the music channel so I know when to switch music really quickly. After the marionette, an avatar entered. Got him. After experiencing the mutation brought about by Adam, he was more careful. Glancing at his avatar, Klein's thoughts made his face turn blank. The avatar extended its right hand and stirred Sephra Castle's strength to grab at the main body. Again and again, it failed over 10 times. Finally, it managed to extract bits of dark light from the main body. Finally, Klein sighed and extinguished the thought of trying to execute this attempt during the actual battle. Despite not resisting at all, with his body and mind at ease, his avatar had spent so much time failing while using Sephra Castle's level and strength. It was easy to imagine its value in actual combat. Of course, there was a certain fluctuation in his mental state. As more and more characteristics left his body, Klein felt relaxed. He felt like he had finally abandoned a heavy burden after a long walk. Of course, there was a certain fluctuation in the mental state. After losing the lingering mental imprints from Zaratul, the awakening of the Celestial Worthy's consciousness began to invade his mind. This was within Klein's expectations, so he wasn't flustered. With his self-awareness that had long stabilized his tenacious willpower and his ample anchors, he resisted the corruption of the Celestial Worthy and found a new balance. At the same time, when the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic that Klein hadn't fully digested entered his body, its blank face twisted, growing out of lusterless eyes, an indistinct long white beard. At this moment, it resembled Zaratul greatly. However, it was unable to withstand the madness brought about by the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic, its body rapidly developing towards a collapse, as transparent, distorted maggots crawled out and slippery, sinister tentacles extended out. It lost control on the spot. Klein didn't stay idle. Without any hesitation, he moved his fingers, turning his avatar into a marionette. This terminated the process of losing control. At this moment, he had already made all preparations. His main body had digested the potion, allowing him to be in a state of accommodating the Fool's uniqueness. He was also a Sequence 1 marionette. Following that, Klein leaned back into his chair and replayed what he was about to do in his mind to see if there were any flaws. This is the most I can do after the Battle of the Deities. I can only do my best afterwards. Am I being too optimistic for the first stage because of the goddess? Wait, am I being too optimistic because about the first stage because of the goddess's help and the supplementary River of Eternal Darkness's water? That's why I'm not worried about the indigenous family ancestor causing any accidents? After a round of scrutiny, Klein felt that he was still not cautious enough. There was a bit of arrogance and carelessness in the matter. After some thought, he created another avatar which still had a blank face. After completing this, Klein stood up and took out Creeping Hunger from the Fog of History and wore it on his left hand. A preparation for any possible small-scale battles. Under such a scene, Blink was faster and more convenient than grafting. After adjusting his collar, Klein slowly surveyed the area and made his gaze fall upon the strange door of light that was stained with bluish black, landing on the humans wrapped in transparent cocoons. Luvion, what we'll do is we'll read with the intention of ending at 80. But if 80 is like a place where I feel like, oh no, like I want to know what happens for one more chapter, we can read. We'll play it by ear. As he scanned each and every one of them, his gaze landed on 3 shattered cocoons. In the next second, Klein's figure vanished and appeared in the grayish-white fog of history. He walked to the light before the first epoch and arrived at the stacked metropolis of old. He stood at the top of the dilapidated skyscraper that barely stood, looking down at the pile of wreckage and the public transportation vehicles that had turned into metal pancakes, the numerous overlapping sedans. Oh, by the way, I got my written motorcycle license, so like you first have to take a written one and then a actual like riding one. So I got the written one yesterday. Amidst the silence, his gaze swept across the remaining buildings. It seemed to pass through the barriers of history, allowing him to see the electric lamps lit inside. Dang, we are chosen by vote and democracy. You have to okay, motherfucker. Alright, fine. The light from the lamps spread out gently. Oh, wait, hold on. Amidst the silence, he swept his gaze across the remaining buildings. It seemed to pass through the barriers of history, allowing him to see the electric lamps that lit them up. The light from the lamps spread out gently, illuminating the glass in the skyscrapers, the streets, and every corner of the ruin. After staring at it for a long time, Klein retracted his gaze and took a step back to the real world. Right on the heels of that, he was directly transported to the summit of the Hornaces mountain range. He saw that ancient palaces that were shrouded in fog, dilapidated and overgrown. His marionette and avatar appeared in front of him like 2 guards. Facing the ancient palace, Klein pressed his top hat and raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Switching music, I got it. No need to yell. We're good. By the way, I am so excited, man. We heard Hornaces Flagrea at like chapter 40, and we're here at chapter 1370, bro. The peak of the Hornaces mountain range instantly turned dark. Illusory stars appeared around him. Klein had grafted this place onto the astral world. Without any hesitation, he led his marionette and avatar to the main door of the ancient palace. The marionette that looked almost identical to him was 1 step ahead. It bent down, stretched out its hand, and slowly pushed open the heavy stone door. The door slowly creaked open, revealing the scene inside. And it was impossible from the last time Klein sent the Truant's brass book over. It was dark inside, making it impossible for anyone to see the numerous corpses hanging above the hall. Nor could he see the cluster of transparent maggots that was sitting on a huge stone chair. Without needing to guess, Klein made use of the intuition of a seer at the King of Angels level to confirm that this was the change caused by the goddess using the River of Eternal Darkness's water to allow the ancestor of the indigenous family to enter a state of eternal slumber. After the marionette and avatar entered, he slowly walked through the door and entered the palace. The darkness swayed and changed. The numerous buildings appeared in the surroundings as figures walked along the streets. Their voices spread out, causing the surroundings to become lively and noisy. The people ignored Klein and his marionette and avatar as they headed for their destinations while chatting to each other. They and the buildings were dark in color, almost close to black and white. They were like old photos that had come from deep within history, but had suddenly come back to life. This made Klein think of the black and white holographic projections, the scenes in the historical void, and those in his dreams. He strolled through this town and walked along the elevating streets. The higher he went, the more magnificent the buildings became. The massive stone pillars supporting the dome. The people living in this black and white photo were tall. They seemed to be learning, working, and resting. The scenes here were changing continuously, showing the birth of a baby, the growth of a child, the ignorance of youth, the worries of an adult, the pressures of a middle-aged man, and the sorrows of aging. Of course, they were all interlinked. Only a portion would become the main theme at times. As Klein ventured deeper, he saw the residents of the town die. Their loved ones weren't overly sad. They carried the dead back home, placing them on the bed with a pillow, as if the corpses were still alive. When Klein was about to leave the town's borders, the dead got up from their beds, left their family, and walked out of their homes, walking to the highest point of the street. There was also a city there. It seemed to be the city of the dead, the eventual refuge of life, a kingdom of eternal repose. Very close to where normal people lived, the latter was distributed to the mountainside by the peak, while the former was on the peak itself. Others might have been surprised by such a state, but Klein instantly understood what the scenery meant. This was because he had seen the spirit body threads of the deceased. The moment they were about to die, their threads floated to the great peak controlled by an unknown existence. They had become marionettes. Therefore, the deceased could leave their own families and head to the peak after dying for a time. This was completely in line with the details mentioned in the research of the Hornacius mountain range. Then the Nation of the Dead, of course. The nation of the Evernight belonged to the Mother of Sky from the Evernight pathway, but at the peak there was a town used by the indigenous family ancestor. Therefore, the residents of the nation of Evernight were respectfully and afraid of the Evernight. They believed in the Mother of the Sky. At the same time, they believed that death was not the end. They believed that their loved ones would be blessed by the Evernight. Indeed, death wasn't the end. The city of the dead was just beside them. At its peak, they could reach it by just walking, and the dead would continue living their lives as marionettes. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was undoubtedly the same as being alive. The nation of the living and the city of the dead were like two ends of a road, the distance between life and death so close, it was as if they were neighbors. This also explained why the nation of Evernight didn't have tombs, as the deceased didn't need to be buried. They turned into marionettes and headed for the peak. This should be the nation of the Evernight from back then, Klein nodded as he proceeded to the dark environment. What entered his eyes was indeed a seemingly normal town, but everyone present was a marionette. After passing through the marionette who dressed and looked different, Klein entered the magnificent palace that seemed to honor a deity. Deep in the palace, on the huge stone chair, a figure propped its elbow on the armrest, leaning its head back against the chair. His face was rather young, but his long hair was half white, half of it was concealed, and the other half revealed. His appearance was that of a man, and his eyes were darker than Zarathul's, and they contained an indescribable sense of the vicissitudes of life. His facial features were pretty good, but his cheeks had a black tuft of fur resembling a wolf. He gave off the feeling of both old age and youthfulness. The ancestor of the indigenous family. This time, he didn't appear in his mythical creature form, but instead sat on a stone chair in his original appearance. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut as though he was in a deep sleep, and in the hall there were corpses wearing simple or luxurious clothes hanging from the ceiling. They were like inverted forests swing gently in the wind. After entering that state of eternal slumber, the ancestor of the indigenous family had finally managed to free himself from the state of losing control and madness, and return to how he was before. Klein stood in the middle of the hall, looking at his target as he sighed. The scene he saw of the nation of the Evernight and the city of the dead earlier was the dream belonging to Indigenous, a dream that had lasted for over 1,000 years. You have potential to be a narrator? You figured that out after watching me read for 1,000 fucking chapters, Pushkar? Really? Really? Thanks. I know I should just say thank you and take the compliment. Trojan horse of no! Oh, Amon, no, you piece of shit. I know it's... Oh, God. I hate this name already. Oh, no. You should join us for our poetry sessions? Bro, you guys always do them when I'm working. I can't. Oh, God, I think... Oh, fuck. What is this title? You piece of shit. Can we just end it here? What a piece of shit. Ace dies on the battlefield. True. Looking at the half-fool of the huge stone chair, the scenes from before, as well as the relevant scenes of the nation of the Evernight flashing through his mind, this invoked his thoughts. He didn't know much about Indigenous. In fact, he had almost lost control because of the ravings of his Hornacis Flagrea. Therefore, he didn't feel any sympathy at the moment. At best, some form of empathy. Salavq, thank you so much, dude. Holy fuck. I don't even know if we're gonna make it to tomorrow's... I don't even know if we're gonna make it to tomorrow. Fuck. Thank you so much, dude. Seriously, thank you. Were these randos getting subs? Kami? Zaz, I thought you said you can't get them. What do you mean? His lingering memories were undoubtedly one of the best memories of his past. Even though he was born extraordinary, Indigenous seemed to be deeply fond of small, peaceful, isolated nation. Klein slowly exhaled as he looked away from the man with the thick black sharp beard, and his gaze landed on the huge stone chair to the side. A book made of thin yellow brass was sitting there quietly. It kept having 3 mercury lines of rules and being superseded by it. 002, the Truant's brass book, using powers similar to grafting to complete the seal. It seemed to have gone a step further. Of course this was here. We remember this being placed here, and it just skipped my mind. I feel like Klein could use this to, I don't know, do something. Not only is the beginning directly connected, because he could offer to the book, like, hey, I'll get you out of here, okay? No, Salavq, can you please just do donos? Please. Please. Can we just... but Klein can say, like, hey, I'll get you out of here if you help me, and then the book can place rules that would help. Not only is the beginning directly connected to the end, but the intelligence of the brass book has been fooled, allowing it to ignore the middle part that has been skipped. And not making attempts to change things. It keeps repeating the same thing over and over, Klein muttered. This made him have some guesses of the ability of the fool. Without thinking... Viewer, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Without thinking further, Klein got the attendant of Mystery's marionette to graph the starting point to the end as he walked to the huge stone chair and picked up the brass book. On the one hand, it was to eliminate any possible interference, and on the other hand, he was trying to test out the Antigonus's current condition. No, oh, I didn't, you guys, okay, guys, you guys don't even remember the fucking promise, do you? It's fine, it's fine. On the one hand, this was to eliminate any possible interference, and on the other, he was trying to test out Antigonus's current condition. Seeking out the half-fool that was still sleeping and unable to escape from his slumber, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He made his marionette take the brass book and retreat to the entrance of the palace to wait. The reason he didn't allow his avatar to retrieve the Grade 0 artifact was that he was worried the brass book, which had a certain connection with the Sephira, would be able to produce a negative effect during a critical moment, when he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness. This might lead to the situation developing in a terrible direction. When it came to avoiding the negative effects of the artifact, marionettes were definitely better than avatars. It's fine, Zarza, it's fine. This is because Klein didn't bring the Staff of the Stars. He couldn't place a time bomb beside him. Usually it was fine. He could rely on his level and status to forcibly suppress the Staff of the Stars, but in the process of accommodating the fool's uniqueness, he would be very weak. He couldn't interfere with the people or something around him. Any mistakes would cause him to lose control on the spot. Sound, how's it going, man? At that moment, Klein felt the glove on his left hand tremble while facing the King of Angels that controlled the uniqueness. He then used his right hand to caress Creeping Hunger and joked, "Don't worry, you're just a projection." Using this method to ease his taut nerves, Klein surveyed the area and confirmed there was nothing else to do. Immediately after, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Antigonus. When he straightened his body and lifted his head, a complicated, mysterious, illusory brand had appeared on his head. A brand that was like a strange door of light, tainted with the hints of bluish black, constantly emitting a faint grayish-white fog. In the next second, Klein reached out his right hand, although it wasn't far away, nor was it too close. He had contained Antigonus's body within his fingers. You know what, I am sorry, I know I shouldn't be stopping right now, I just... Quick question. I'm just curious, how many of you have read COI? When he straightened his... Hold on. Fucking basically everyone? Goddamn. We'll say... No, we'll say like... If you've read at least one volume of it, we'll say where you're reading it or whatever, it's fine. In the next second, Klein reached out his right hand. Although it wasn't too far away, nor was it too close. He contained Antigonus's body within his fingers. His fingers quickly closed with a twist of his hand he had completed theft. He obtained nothing. This attempt had failed. I want to read. Okay, we'll get there, money. Don't you worry, we'll get there. Klein wasn't depressed. He once again began stealing Antigonus's identity, fate, and awareness. Although he was already King of Angels, his power in stealing came from Sephira Castle. At present, he was only Sequence 1, while Antigonus had been corrupted by the Lord of Mysteries. A King of Angels that had accommodated uniqueness, there was an obvious difference between the two. Therefore, even if Antigonus had entered a state of slumber, he was unable to resist. Klein failed many times. He wasn't nervous nor disappointed in such a situation. This was something he had expected. After all, as long as the theft wasn't completed, the goddess wouldn't dispel the concealment effect and let the fate here interact with the real world. There wouldn't be any external interferences either. Klein had plenty of time and a stable environment to continue his attempts. After failing countless times, Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration and predicted something. He reached out his right hand, closed his fingers, and twisted again. Suddenly, he felt something leave Antigonus's body. At the same time, an indescribable river of light, drowning one distributary after another, appeared in front of him, allowing him to become a part of the main river. This was a symbol of fate. It also had many different images as slowly rotating, segmented wheels or a giant serpent. I'll send in chat. Sounds good. Thank you, Kami. As a giant serpent that had its head and tail connected. At that moment, when fate was swapped, Klein saw the river of light. In the next second, images and scenes appeared in his mind. An 8-legged demonic wolf who had just been born was sprawled on the hill. Amidst the thick and black short fur on its body and transparent distorted maggots crawling about, he was the youngest son of Flagrea, a natural, mythical creature. At that moment, he was looking at his sister, brother, and a portion of his clansmen playing amongst corpses. He despised the crude methods they employed when dealing with their prey. He believed that prey should be hoisted up for slow, refined enjoyment to match their status. This demonic wolf could be called a subsidiary god, was most afraid of their father, the powerful, terrifying, crazy, ancient god. Although Flagrea had produced many children through instinctual mating, removing plenty of his characteristics, he was uncontrollable with no way to guarantee progress. So he was still crazy, cruel, and bloodthirsty, filled with the instinct of destruction. This demonic wolf who could create miracles and fulfill all kinds of wishes, chased after their prey, biting or killing them, thus enjoying a state of pure happiness. He didn't have a deep impression of the subsidiary gods of his father, Flagrea. He clearly remembered that he hated the god of wishes, Kotar, even if he too was a demonic wolf. Wait, Kotar is that old? Kotar would remember Flagrea? Damn. Kotar is literally walking around and he's like, hate us cause they ain't us, bro. You hate me cause I'm smarter than you. That's on you. Oh boy, for real. Kotar is almost as old as you? No, not quite. I was there when he was born. It's fine. Also, he didn't like the god of death, Salinger. He found him gloomy, solitary, and that he exuded a rotting, disgusting aura. On the other hand, the goddess of misfortune, Amnesis, met the beauty standards of both a demonic wolf and a human. She had a gentle personality and was good at placating one's heart. She wasn't annoying, but this female subsidiary goddess rarely appeared. She was almost like a shadow, hiding in a place that wasn't discovered. Of course, the demonic wolf remembered that a few of his older sisters and brothers were rather against Amnesis, hoping to seize her position. The demonic wolf witnessed his father's death, the death of a powerful ancient god. He saw the blood of the ancient sun god splattered across the body of the goddess of misfortune, Amnesis. In the chaos, the uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristic were pulled into her hands. He and one of his sisters, escaped the kingdom of the demonic wolves and hid. Without the protection of his father, and the demonic wolf and his sister realized that their former reckless life wasn't normal. Pain and danger were present in everything. Finally, they crossed the sea and came to the northern continent. They established a concealed kingdom in the uninhabited Hornacis mountain range. But how did Kotar die? Did Evernight kill him? Or did the ancient sun god? No, sorry, not Kotar, Flagrea. Sorry, not Kotar. Sorry, not Kotar. Sorry. Flagrea. Sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. Sorry, demonic wolves, my bad. Yeah. We don't know? Kotar probably got done in by... Do you... Kami, do you mean okay, fuck you. So you can't judge me. Okay, hold on. He and his sister didn't dare expose themselves. All they did was gather believers and a massive population. In this situation, he created the City of the Dead that existed alongside a living nation, making the dead believers become his marionettes to complete an advancement ritual. Although this period was filled with anxiety, it was the best period in the memories of this demonic wolf. As he saw his sister having more and more believers, and how his marionette town was becoming more and more complete, he seemed to have forgotten the troubles and dangers of the outside world, and achieved the first peaceful time since his birth. Under the influence of the believers, he and his sister gradually gained some so-called humanity. After the cataclysm, he advanced to the Attendant of Mysteries and turned himself into a human, with the last name Antigonus. Oh, he turned himself human, I guess as like a miracle or whatever. He left the Hornacis mountain range and returned to the real world outside the kingdom. From this moment on, Antigonus' memories and knowledge became increasingly fragmented. Many times he even found himself a little unfamiliar. Just faceless eyes. Oh, just faceless, I see. From this moment on, Antigonus' memories and knowledge became increasingly fragmented. Many times he found himself a little unfamiliar. After he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, the situation became even worse. As the images flashed through Klein's mind, he came to a realization. I am Antigonus. I am the half-fool. With a loud boom, his body constantly changing. At times, he had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly air, a Klein Moretti who had fused with Joe Mingrui. Occasionally, he had long white hair and a thick beard like Antigonus. Other times, he wore a dark black coat that made it difficult to see his face, and this mysterious person constantly extended tentacles to his side. At that moment, Klein's thoughts were extremely chaotic, his mental state imbalanced, barely able to maintain his self-awareness. Under the impact of the two metal storms, he teetered. At the same time, he received the fate of the Antigonus losing control and was on the verge of collapse. Dude, that was so good. Even I thought we were reading this from like the point of view of Antigonus, but it was Klein having his fate grafted onto him. So like he's thinking as if he is thinking back on his life, and then eventually it hits him like, no, wait, this isn't me. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. A series of prayers rang out in his ears, each and every word of praise mixed together, forming an illusory image that joined the chaotic battlefield. Rorstad Archipelago, Bayam, the bell tower of the Church of the Fool. I think there should be... Thank you, Kami. Elegy of the End. Do I know this? Oh, we have heard this before. Okay. I was like, why does this name sound so familiar? I was like, got it. Do we have 69 people in here? This is amazing. Let's keep it at this number. The Rorstad... Start getting ready for work. Nice. Rostad Archipelago, Bayam. The bell tower of the Church of the Fool. 500, fuck. A young man wearing a pointed hat and a monocle appearing there, standing beside the railing, looking down at the city. Mr. Error, Amon. In the next second, he saw Bayam and the distant new city of Silver and the new Moon City disappear, as though someone had wiped them off the map with an eraser. How boring. Upon seeing this, Amon shook his head with a smile. He wasn't disappointed either. He only wanted to test if Klein or the goddess had repaired the bug in this aspect. Work is only an hour in and out. Work is in an hour. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, you're in Australia. Yeah, I forgot. After striking the bell, he could be considered the Fool's Angel of Time to an extent. He could use this loophole to steal a portion of his anchors. Dude, what a piece of shit! What? He just said, I did the work, now yoink my anchors. The sudden decrease in anchors would definitely tip the balance, causing Klein to lose control. Amon then retracted his gaze and raised his hand to straighten the monocle. It was as if the light from the stars suddenly lit up in his monocle. Oh my god. Beginning the accommodation. Change music for this next payday. Ah, nice. Oh, 137. Yes, of course. Okay. The doors of Backlund, Trier, Lemberg, and St. Malom open and close at the same time without a breeze. Inside a white tower in the headquarters of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Luca, who was on duty underground, sensed that something was amiss and stood up. As a prophet, he acutely sensed that something was happening. The Elder in the brass-threaded white robes immediately used a mythical technique and arrived at the entrance of the underground area as he pushed the door open. By the way, is the music too loud or is it okay? However, the door that wasn't considered heavy to a demigod didn't budge at all. It was as though it was sealed. Luca didn't attempt to forcibly open it as he cast his gaze underground. There was silence. There was no sound. This isn't good. Luca didn't need to rely on his powers to determine the problem. Usually, in the deepest part of the ground, there would always be sounds that made people's hair stand on end, but now, it was as though it had never existed at all. Others might not know, but as a high-ranking member of the Church of Knowledge, Luca knew that the voice came from an extremely terrifying artifact that even he didn't know the details of, so it was impossible for it to be erased. The current situation could only mean one thing. Either the artifact had escaped its restriction or entered a more bizarre state, or it had been further sealed. Regardless of the possibility, there was an extreme danger lurking in the darkness, because the artifact was 001. At the top of Bayam's remaining bell tower, the light on Amon's monocle faded, returning to normal. Mr. Error hadn't held back from showcasing his new powers, doing so to make a statement for all existences watching him. He had already accommodated the door uniqueness and obtained the corresponding authority. Bro, he already accommodated the uniqueness, and the goddess is still like, the dead uniqueness is actually taking a long time. Bro, get it together! It took him a day! He had used this opportunity to shut off everything related to the concept of a door in the entire world. and greatly strengthening the effects of any seals. Even if a true deity descended from the astral world, it would take them a certain amount of time before they could break through the restriction. Therefore, Amon eliminated most Grade 0 artifacts in the subsequent Battle of Gods. He no longer needed to consider the corresponding interference. Of course, such authority wouldn't influence the entire world for long unless Mr. Error put all his energy into it. It was precisely because of this that they didn't do it ahead of time. Only when he observed the disturbance in Klein's anchors did he suddenly act. The more powerful a Grade 0 artifact was, the more terrifying the negative effects would be. It was even more so for those that could produce effects at the level of a deity. Even a Sequence 0 true deity might not be able to withstand it for long. Therefore, true deities wouldn't unseal them unless it was necessary. Otherwise, this would bring about an even greater disturbance to them. After doing this, Amon held up his palm and gently leapt. Without the bearing of a true god, he sat on the railing, on top of the bell tower. Oh, I know there is so much art of him sitting on this fucking, in front of this bell, and just on this railing, just being like, la-di-da-di-da, he's gonna die. As he gazed at the horizon out into the sea, he leisurely waited for the concealment to end. This was when Klein's ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness would begin. When that happened, he would strike the death knell for him. There's not much art of it, really? Oh my god, I would have thought there'd be so much art of that, because that looks so, like him just sitting out in front of the setting sun. He's like, he's about to die. In the concealed world of the Evernight, what are your thoughts on the name Mr. Error? Listen, all I'm gonna say is I would just make a lot of fun of him. Like, actually, your dad calls you Mr. Error because you were an accident, so... Under the repeated impact of the awakening of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing, and the Antigonus' self-awareness and the mental imprint, Klein's consciousness was like a sailboat in a storm. It'd be sometimes thrown left while being struck down, at times suffering corrosion, and at other times being slammed to the side. This made his thoughts turn chaotic. He was about to split into two personalities, known as Antigonus and the Lord of Mysteries. At the same time, his avatar had lost his rationality. It was in the state close to collapsing in a whirlpool of maggots. Unhinged! How's it going, man? Long time no see. Only the marionette remained standing there in a daze due to the lack of control. The prayers from the believers resounded in Klein's ears, forming a corresponding image of what he knew. This was like a dam that was resisting a surging flood. Klein wasn't too familiar with such a situation. He had a similar experience after becoming an attendant of mysteries and taking Zarathul's characteristic. Dude, I will say, Zarathul, while I shouldn't call him a fraud because he was facing a King of Angels, maybe even a King of Angels, dude, he got murked so quick. What? A client shows up in front of him, he's like, my characteristic. Done. Therefore, with the help of his anchors, he managed to survive the initial chaos. With great difficulty, he directed the self-awareness and mental imprint of Antigonus, causing the awakening will of the celestial worthy. This caused both parties to corrode each other. Oh, good God. The Mind Storm weakened a lot, giving Klein a self-consciousness as a breather. Before he could calm down, he directed the image of him as a god, formed by many anchors, into the mental corruption struggle and tried to find a new balance. No worries, appreciate you popping by, Unhinged. However, this didn't go smoothly. Compared to before, the essence of Antigonus' mental imprint, resilience, and the madness were clearly stronger than Zarathul's. After all, this was a King of Angels that had accommodated the uniqueness, known as the Half-Fool. Furthermore, Klein had also stolen the other party's identity and fate. His personality was constantly on the edge of dissociating. From time to time, he would think that he was Antigonus, attempting to fuse his mental imprint with his own mind. Are we at 85 people? Excuse me? Holy shit, we're almost at 90 people. What the fuck? Thanks for being here, guys. When he had no party thread compared to him, Zarathul's mental imprint was much weaker. There was only a portion that belonged to the Celestial Worthy, most of it coming from Zarathul's intense emotions. The reason why the two were different was that apart from the fact that Antigonus had accommodated the Fool's uniqueness, the former had become the Attendant of Mysteries at the beginning of the Fourth Epoch. At that time, the will of the Celestial Worthy hadn't weakened to the state that it currently has. Without being able to form a new balance, the speed of Klein's breakdown started to increase. Oh, you're fucking kidding. Why is that fucking... And my fucking fire alarm is going off, of course. Give me a second. Excuse me? What the fuck? Viewer, thank you. What? Oh my god. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. What? Eh? Thank you so much, dude. Seriously, you didn't have to do that. What the? Yeah, no, we're okay. We don't even normally, like, if we get if like the fire alarm goes off or whatever, it was like, you know, like mom's cooking something and it was like it just got too smoky or whatever. But like nothing even like no one's doing anything. Like what the fuck, dude? 20. Fuck. What's? It's fine. Seriously, dude. You didn't have to do that at all. Thank you so much. What? How did you like that gift? Yeah, fuck you, Unhinged. You bitch. For real, okay? Dude, yeah. No, we have a separate carbon monoxide alarm sound, so it's a different alarm, so a different one would ring. Because we have a little error in the fire alarm, true. No, God, stop it. No, so not carbon monoxide, we're good. But I appreciate the concern, though. Thanks, buddy. Where were we? Okay. Where the fuck am I? Excuse me? Okay. Just as he was trying his best to maintain his consciousness and not give up his search for finding a new balance, his body collapsed. The Antigonus's crazy mental state and the consciousness as the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing fell into a deep sleep. This caused all the changes to stop abruptly and return to normal. As for Klein's consciousness, he used his trait of resisting dreams and the invasion of his mind to maintain his clarity of mind. Ath, I'm not giving you a number, bro. I'm not giving you a number, okay? I can resist eternal slumber to a degree. Oh, wait. That's right. The fate I control includes the fate of being in a state of eternal slumber outside the fate of being going crazy. As for me, I can resist eternal slumber. Klein grabbed the sliver of clarity and gained a certain understanding of his state. To him, this was an opportunity. Alright, bye Unhinged, thanks for popping by. Fuck you for doing that, by the way. It was only at this moment that he fully understood why the goddess needed the river of eternal water as a medium to attempt this. It wasn't only because it was difficult to put a king of angels who had accommodated uniqueness and the awakening will of this Lord of Mystery into an eternal slumber, but it was beneficial to Klein for this state of eternal slumber. This would create an excellent environment for him being the only one with a sliver of consciousness, while the others were all sleeping. Are we at... mine says 87. I don't know, maybe mine just... Like, either way. Don't worry, Easy's next? Good. Alright, do it to him. At the same time, Klein also confirmed one thing. The reason why he was able to maintain a clear head in a dream, and during the instances where his mind was intruded, wasn't because of a special trait from Sephira Castle. It was because the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing in his body was also sleeping. Oh, cute. Although the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries was still greatly limited, his level and connection with Sephira Castle was undoubtedly stronger than Klein's. If he couldn't completely resist a state of eternal slumber, why could Klein? Therefore, Klein believed this was a trait that likely came from the blessing of the goddess, a gift he received when he came to this life. A blessing by a true goddess who wielded the power of the dream domain. We spoiled you? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I feel like even you spoiled me last stream or like 2 streams ago, but I feel like someone even told me way before that, and it was just like, oh, no problem. So it was kind of chilling. So it's no problem. I don't mind it. Again, I literally don't give a fuck about any of these spoilers. I am just so glad I got to experience the Chernobyl reveal as it was intended. Like, everything else I can live. Dude, everything else you could spoil for me and I'd be like, whatever. I am so glad I got to see Chernobyl the way it was supposed to. Fuck everything else. I don't care. The blessings was given by a true goddess that wielded the power of the dream domain. And the aura, strength, and magical powers that Sephira Castle augmented him combined to create a special trait. It was as if a gentle song came from deep within the dream. Klein's consciousness became clearer. Nagato, I knew about Great Old Ones for so long. I guessed it probably in like volume 2. I don't know if that soon, but like really early. It was as if a gentle song came from deep within the dream. Klein's consciousness became clear. Without any hesitation, he adjusted the sleeping imprint and corruption in his body and found a new balance. Following that, he extended slippery tentacles with strange patterns and used Sephira Castle's power to steal the Fool's uniqueness. inside Antigonus's body. Perhaps it was because he was now Antigonus, the theft this time was successful after a few attempts. Morpheus, like, because my immediate thought was, why would different pathways be interchangeable if there's not a thing at the top that combines them? The thing at the top, for me, it's Super God, and it's probably always going to be Super God. I don't know. That name is really close to my heart at this point because I've used it for like months, but. Like, it just logically made sense that for pathways to be interchangeable, there had to be a thing that combined them at the end. And the highway theory, yes, thank you, Morpheus. I'm on toilet theory was also it was kind of true, I think. I don't know. A translucent mask with a symbol of the Fool flew out from Antigonus's body. The man with a thick beard was still sleeping, as though he would sleep forever. At the same time, the fog dissipated and the illusory starlight shone into the hall. This ancient palace suddenly appeared in the dark and the mysterious astral world, appearing at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range. The concealment had been removed and the fates had been exchanged. At this moment, in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, on one of the mountain peaks, a shadow-like curtain appeared on the surface of the huge cross. It cracked open and a man walked out. He was Adam. New song? Why is Adam here, bro? Oh, I love this song. Oh, I love this music, dude. Oh, I love this music. This is, oh. Alright, let's go. Alright, this is gonna be a fight. Let's fucking get it, motherfucker. Let's go. He was Adam, dressed in a simple white robe and a thick blonde beard. Behind him, a thick shadow with 5 heads. This shadow had partially merged with him, but hadn't become one. Adam raised his head and looked at the astral world, which had been distorted from the authority of symbolism. He smiled calmly and said to the shadow behind him, "They don't seem to be aware of the reason why I used visionary as the foundation this time. I've never told anyone about the results of this research." Just as he said that, he proclaimed, "I am one. Also, infinity, the beginning, and the end." His eyes turned illusory as an ocean seemed to contain all possible colors appeared around him. He then raised his hand and grabbed the silver pendant hanging from his chest. A burning but illusory sun appeared above his head. To his left, lightning squalls and waves that formed a supercilious phantom. On his right, a white tower with numerous brass eyes. Did he just say I believe that I am the fucking the God Almighty, and so I became one? He just said I control fate, so I'm God Almighty, and said yeet and yoinked all of them. But what? Excuse me, bro. What? My guy said, "Nah, I didn't vision," and just did it. What? He imagined it. What the? I made it. My source. Oh, how did you get all these powers? What's your source? My source is that I made it the fuck up. And you're like, what? The authorities and symbols that Adam had envisioned enter his body one after another under the influence of the Chaos Sea. Finally, the shadow that clung tightly to Adam's back shrank back into his body. Rate the quote? Solid, like 8 out of 10, for sure. I think they should have just stolen. I think they should have stolen the Buddhas and Gojo's shtick, which was like, throughout the heavens and the earth, I alone am the honored one, and just becomes fucking God. Oh my god. Suddenly, the sea that contained all the colors began to rise. Adam expanded into a giant shadow, capable of holding up the world. This shadow slowly walked onto the water surface of the illusory, chaotic sea. It pointed at the astral world and declared, "Let there be light." In the blink of an eye, the entire astral world lit up. There were no other secrets that could be concealed. Even portions of the astral world connected to Earth, the entire astral world, and the invisible barrier that had been separated from the universe appeared. This motherfucker just said, you can hide no secrets from me? At that moment, giant, indescribable faces seemed to cling to the transparent, cracked barrier, silently watching the developments within. So wait, you're... You're telling me the Mother Tree of Desire is looking like that? She's like, oh, what's gonna happen, boys? Something cool's happening. What the fuck? Great old one, my ass, bro. Huh? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, that's too funny. Sorry, yeah, let me lock in Dr. Z, I'm sorry. Half a great old one. Is Adam the half-great old one we're referring to in this scenario? Is it the goddess that there's so many? Okay. In the astral world, which was even more abstract than the spirit world, looking as though all the authorities and symbolism in the universe were included, every object appeared, and the light that illuminated this area wasn't spread uniformly. It was mainly concentrated in a few places, stacking together, forming spots created by a prism. There was a total of 3 spots in such a state, each sealing the various illusory kingdoms. One of the kingdoms was covered in bright flowers in the perpetual daylight. Another seemed to be formed from books that were opened or closed. Different figures shuttled between them as they read a form of entertainment. One was covered in storms as lightning and thunder continued in the endless ocean. In the next second, the 3 different kingdoms underwent a violent change. In the area with perpetual daylight, all the flowers emitted light, as if they had become burning miniature suns. The countless miniature suns intertwined together and surged deep into the kingdom before rising into an abnormally blinding sun, emitting a scorching light that illuminated the entire world, an entire solar system. No matter how much energy was released by this almost real sun, or how many flares of super high temperature flames it created, it was unable to break through the prism-like spots of light. Every destroyed layer had a new layer produced at equal speed. What layers of what is this? The concealment put out by the goddess? What is he trying to destroy here? During this process, the faint light formed from a pair of illusory eyes that directly saw the weak spots, created eyes there. Meanwhile, inside the spot of light, there was also faint swirling in it. It repeatedly took form, changing the critical points of the structure. It made it seem as though both sides were in a contest of calculative abilities, but neither side able to clinch victory. In the boundless sea, enveloped by lightning, wind, and rain, the spot of light lit up. It brought a portion of matter approaching the limit to speed, creating a violent wave that could destroy a planet. Such a wave and the tiny bits of light constantly struck the prism like spots of light, turning into the countless falling specks of light. At some point in time, the spot of light began to ripple like an illusory ocean that seemed to contain all colors. It seemed to solidify the surrounding environment, causing the light spots that carried the storm to slow down uncontrollably. Then, the spot of light repeated a state of acceleration and deceleration. It kept repeating, but they refused to give up. With the Chaos Sea as a source, Adam used himself and the true creator as a pillar, envisioned 3 uniquenesses and accommodated them into his system. What the fuck is even the point of any of this? Like, every pathway has to, like, pray to the right god at the right time, have them be in the right mood, be in the right position, get lucky 400 billion times to have a chance of having a uniqueness, and the visionary can just go, I think I see one. I think I can envision one. I think I can imagine one. And it just shows up. What the fuck? Why does anybody even try? And Adam seemed to exceed the limitations of above the sequence and become a half-great old one. He was able to forcibly suppress EBS, the Lord of Storm, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom by himself, trapping the 3 sequence zeros within their own divine kingdoms. He can do it because he used to have them? Oh, but all this, why does anybody even... Bro, this man said, go to your room and stay there, okay? No dinner for you today. Think about your actions, okay? You chose to stand against me? Against me? Go to your room. What the fuck? The flares was EBS, the brass was on the sea was... Oh, he said... He's like, you like your divine kingdoms, right? You spend all your time there? How about you spend right now fucking there too, okay? Don't leave. But with the Chaos Sea as a source, Adam used himself and the true creator as a pillar. Envisioned 3... No, alright. At that moment, he seemed to return to his peak condition, becoming that ancient sun god who slew one god after another. He chose the 2 pathways of Visionary and the Hanged Man as a foundation for his resurrection, because apart from them having traits of resurrecting, this was also the result of his research. This had the highest chance of becoming God Almighty. After using either one of the 2 pathways of Visionary and the Hanged Man to become a true god and gaining initial control over the Chaos Sea, he could take back the remaining uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics. This was the easiest path to advance to Lord of the Astral World. How does Klein get out of this? Amnesis can't put up a fight against God Almighty. He'll beat the bricks off her, bro. What? In this moment, there was something more special about Visionary than the Hanged Man. When the Visionary gained initial control of the Chaos Sea and accommodated a second uniqueness and the corresponding Sequence 1 characteristic, he could envision the remaining fake symbolism and authority, allowing him to briefly gain strength that transcended the sequences, giving him half a Great Old One's strength. I said before he just became God Almighty. What am I supposed... What is Amnesis? She's been trying to accommodate this piece of shit fucking death uniqueness for like 400 chapters. And this motherfucker said uniquenesses? I made them the fuck up and I absorbed them in 1 sentence. How... Only half, yeah. Only half of a fucking pillar, bro. Not a Great Old One. Half of a fucking pillar. This is so cooked. However, at the end of the Third Epoch, the ancient sun god's plan was, after being assassinated, he would immediately revive in the Giant King's court where Sasrier was. Susie shows up, saves Klein, and then says, this truly was her... Yeah, exactly. Susie Almighty... God Almighty versus... You see, listen, you are only half God Almighty, okay? I'm fully Dog Almighty. You're about to get dog walked. You ready? I will ask it again. Adam has already told the best way to become a great old one to clan? I think so. Amnesiac, I think so. However, at the end of the third epoch, the ancient sun god's plan was, after being assassinated, revive in the Giant King's court where Sasrir was, take back the Hanged Man's uniqueness and the 3 sequence 1 characteristics, and become a true god. Then, with the first blasphemy slate placed beside him, he would gain preliminary control over the Chaos Sea. With this foundation, he would allow Angel of Imagination Adam to awaken and return to his main body to form a support. Yeah, Susie just shows up. She's like, you may have that god in you, but I got that dog in me, brother. After building such a system, the ancient sun god would make the use of the Hanged Man's grazing ability and a visionary's virtual persona means to control the uniqueness and a sequence 1 characteristic of the sun, reader, and sailor pathway to allow himself to become infinitely close to a great old one and maintain a level of stability. The dog joke is funny. He didn't even directly accommodate the Chaos Sea and the other 3 uniquenesses and the sequence 1 characteristic, because he didn't want to advance to a great old one, a pillar in that era. It would inevitably lead to the resurrection of the God Almighty, causing him to lose himself. You peaked here, give up, bro. I think I did. That was great. He planned on controlling the situation of materials, and when the apocalypse approached, he would finish the last few steps and become a pillar. Back then, he didn't have a plan on using visionaries as foundation because he hadn't obtained the Quill of Azuhold. He had lacked the main ingredient. When the Kings of Angels betrayed him and his plan failed miserably, he decided to take advantage of the disaster to take the best path when he revived in Adam. At this moment, Adam, who had transformed into a giant shadow, stood on the water surface of the illusory chaotic darkness, reflecting the astral world in his eyes, making it difficult for the 3 true gods to break through the restrictions. Surrounding him were beams of light that constantly fell from high and above with blazing tails illuminating the entire forsaken land of the gods, making both the northern and southern continent experience midday simultaneously. In Baiam's remaining bell tower, Amon, who was sitting on the railing, nudged his monocle. With his hands propped up, he leapt up and entered the astral world. During this process, his left hand had an ancient modeled stone slab appear at some point. The first blasphemy slate. Amon had used it to seal the gap it caused by Mr. Door's returning ritual to prevent the invasion of the mother goddess of depravity. How? We're just making shit up now. How does the fucking blasphemy slate do that? What? After the return ritual ended, the door of flesh and blood completely collapsed without a tunnel to maintain. He retrieved the blasphemy slate. At that moment, Amon casually threw the ancient model stone slate down from the astral world and allowed it to land somewhere in the fog sea. It was an ocean that tore through the boundless black fog. It's the corpse of half a pillar, it can block a hole. Yeah, oh, it has some of the authority of the oh, I see, okay. There was no end to its depth. Its surroundings appeared like a continent. After the first blasphemy slate landed, it stabbed into the peak of the mountain, forming an illusory sea that connected to all the colors, or contained all colors. At that same moment, Amon entered the astral world and saw the main peak of the Hornacius mountain range that had been grafted here. He saw the ancient and dilapidated palace on the mountain peak. Wearing a pointed hat and classical robe, his body expanded, instantly reaching the scale of a mountain. He opened his mouth as though he was about to swallow Antigonus's magnificent but dilapidated palace. Suddenly, he saw a blurry figure. A figure wearing a long, layered black dress that wasn't complicated but has countless stars. She was as big as the current Amon. A pair of huge arms covered in black short fur grew out from both her torso and waist. There was a beautiful but gentle face covered in a thin black gauze. Her eyes seemed to compress the night sky. It made one feel at peace, but also made one feel uncontrollable fear. The goddess. In one of her hands was a huge scythe, and in another, a bird-shaped golden object. The remaining two pairs held nothing, as though she was holding an invisible object. In the next second, Amon, who was wearing a monocle on his right eye, wiped away like he was a sketch. The goddess raised her two empty arms as though she held up an invisible fog. In the surface of the fog, multiple doors of different shapes rapidly opened to different spots, but they were instantly blocked, preventing any loopholes from taking place. The goddess floated above the peak of the Hornacis mountain range in the astral world as she focused on controlling the fog world in her hand, preventing Amon's true body from escaping. As more and more doors opened, the opening of the doors became faster and faster. The goddess was unable to deal with it alone. All she could do was raise her other two hands and raise the huge scythe. The dark black scythe rapidly turned into a corporeal coffin made of black fog. The almost invisible fog was stuffed into the coffin as all the movements instantly ceased. It was as though death had occurred. Although this silence only lasted for a moment, on the surface of the black fog-formed coffin, a series of doors formed and opened again. As the goddess sealed the doors, she raised her arm that held a golden-shaped accessory. The orange glow of the twilight fell, adding a sense of decay and extinction to the heavy black coffin. The formation and opening of the doors slowed down as both parties entered a tug-of-war. At that moment, at the foot of the goddess, the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range collapsed. The apocalypse had arrived. At the same time, the python-like black tentacles extended out from somewhere in the astral world. Thank you, Kami. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived early. At the same time, python-like black tentacles extended out from somewhere in the astral world. There was an eye at the end of each tentacle, either opened or closed. Any object that was seen by them would instantly turn into a grayish-white rock. Medusa? Oh, the demoness, I see. Anything touched by the tentacles distorted as limbs and hands stretched out, turning into good-looking women of all sizes. I definitely would have gotten it there. As the grayish-white spread rapidly, the tentacles surged towards the ancient, dilapidated palace, rushing towards Klein, who was about to accommodate the fool's uniqueness. The primordial demoness, Cheek. But she's against him? I thought she was... Solovki. Fuck. Thank you so much. You guys really don't have to do that. Like, at all. Thank you guys so much. Fuck. Christ. Oh my god. Oh god damn it. Okay. Yeah, Luvian, you got one. Nice. Okay. Crazy ravings. Countless demonesses of varying sizes brought with them the destruction of all matter, causing the scene of the entire Hornacis mountain range to develop in the direction of turning into a huge stone sphere. How do I... this is not a threat. You should... I mean, if you want to, Bullseye... Again... No expectations from me. Want to be super clear about that. If you want, Fuck. No, viewer, you didn't have. No, shit. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Fuck. Hold on. What? Oh, don't work, you piece of shit. Oh my god. Thank you guys so much. Seriously. Oh my god. Like, fuck, please just let me. Oh god. If you want to, I think underneath the stream, beside the subscribe option, I think is where you find a membership. Okay. We better get some Trissy cosplay. I don't. Oh god. This made the dilapidated walls of. No, wait, where am I? Okay, hold on. Solovku, no! No! What have you done? What have you done? Bro, no! No, God! What have you done? Oh my god, guys. Thank you so much, but you guys really didn't have to. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What have you done? No. Okay. In the hold on, where am I? I don't even know where I am. Solovku, you didn't have, dude. Thank you. You didn't have to. Oh my god. Dude, the entire chat is green. There's like 3 people who aren't green. This is so cooked. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, that's okay. Where the fuck am I? In the perimeter of the hall that was bathed in moonlight. I'm almost certainly I skipped some shit. I don't fucking know. A cluster of wheat instantly grew out. There were flowers, mushrooms, and trees. Milos, we have way more than 100 now, bro. We have way more than 100 right now. I don't even want to tell you. You guys want to know the number right now? Let me. I don't know. I don't know the number. It's still going. It's still not done. YouTube is like having to search people to give it to. It's not done. Those who haven't gotten it in chat, I'm almost certain all of you would have that the fucking setting turned off for being able to like receive one. Mystic, no, thank you, man. Seriously, thank you to. We're almost at 100 people. Okay, I've already lost my place. Let me just can say this right now because I don't know when I'm gonna. Thank you so much, everyone, for popping by. Like, obviously, a special thank you today to Viewer and Solovku. Thank you guys really so much. But like, seriously, just everyone who's here, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so. I can't. How can I not do? I don't know, Bullseye. Are you? Yeah, Hope, you don't necessarily have to be in chat at the moment to get one, I believe. Oh, anyway, here, that wasn't here, will be so confused. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Oh my god. Where? Okay. Like, I know Dr. Z has said that she has the thing turned off. Like, for me, it just shows up right beside... Well, I guess that's join. I don't know how to... Oh, maybe you can't gift on... I know you can... Okay, maybe you can join member... No, Salavq, no other 50... Bro, I appreciate... Thank you so much, bro, but you're good. Go to work. You're chilling. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day, bro. You're chilling. Thank you. You really don't have to. Oh, my God. What is even the... This can't be real life, bro. Oh my god. What? Merlin Sparrow is in the chat? What? Bro, there's so many people. I don't know, okay? I don't think you can see that window if you remember. I don't know. I know how to donate on laptop. I don't think you can donate on phone, I guess. Fuck me. Please let me read. I'm sorry. Where am I? Please let me read. They rose up as they constantly struck the screen that originated from nature, causing a ladder to collapse or peel under layer after layer of petrification effects. However, no matter whether it was the wheat flowers, mushrooms, trees, or newborns, they quickly returned to the Earth Mother's embrace and grew again. Oh, Merlin Sparrow, I see you. Thanks. Hey, man, how's it going? Just like that, the barriers of nature were reborn and destroyed, a layer after... Bro. Someone, Zaza, literally just had to turn it on. Viewer, no. Oh, my God. Thank you, bro. You don't have to... Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm telling you, anyone who doesn't have it in chat, I'm almost certain has the fucking thing off, bro. Oh my god. What the fuck? Just like that, the barriers of nature were reborn and destroyed layer by layer. As layer by layer was reborn, the showdown was in a stalemate. The Earth Mother, who controlled the moon's uniqueness, fended off the primordial demoness. So wait, the Earth Mother is... So the Earth Mother is helping Klein, but the demoness is trying to kill Klein. Or help Amon, at least. At this moment, a light that couldn't be seen by most Beyonders landed high above and crashed into the barrier of nature that used plants as a foundation. Yeah, you see what I'm... Yeah, literally. The light that didn't have a physical body, as though it was formed by a flux of massive and miscellaneous information in its illusory form, tore through the gaps between the plants like a torrent, heading straight for Light, who was about to retrieve the translucent mask. Hidden Sage? Hidden Sage? Seriously, can just really quickly, can we get like a W in chat for both SlavQ and viewer today? Holy fuck, thank you. Money, no! No, money, what have you done? Dude, YouTube is just gonna have to bake it at this point. I don't think there's enough people to... Money, bro, stop. No, guys, stop. What? Money, no. What did you say? Okay, hold on. In accordance with Sal and the promise Wiz made, Money made his preparations in advance. As Klein attempted the accommodation, Money, with the power of the Hanged Man and Visionary, succeeded. He would become a half great. You're not even a bro. You're a great old one. You can have it, bro. Oh my god! What the fuck? Guys, okay, seriously, I'm so thankful to you guys, but like, I feel so like, what, bro? Oh my god. Oh, Kami, I've lost. Dude, it's Kami, it's okay. Like, oh my god, okay, what are these guys' XP at? Excuse, SlavQ, stop! No, guys, stop! What are you doing to me? There are... Guys! You and Sal had you made this as a plan? What the fuck? Wait, okay, I will get SlavQ to... I will make Money a great old one too. Yeah, the old one hasn't even ended. It's fucking, I don't know, maybe, I don't know if Money's has ended yet and SlavQ's already what are we doing? Guys, we're streaming tomorrow. Stop. No, stop. Okay, we're done. Okay, no more for the... is there a way for me to turn it off? Is there a way for me to turn this off? Okay, we're done. Guys, we need to read. We're done. Is there a way for me to turn this off? Is there a setting for that? Thank you, Hope. Thank you. No, guys, stop. What the fuck? No, SlavQ, no! How do I turn this off? Stop. What? How? No, stop. Okay, I'm genuinely scared. Stop. I don't know if there's a quantum. Thank you. What the fuck is going on today? What the fuck is going on today? I don't know how to turn it off. ChatGPT is telling me to fucking write some code or some bullshit. What the fuck? What? Okay, okay, no, stop. Seriously, stop. Okay, everyone, stop. We're done. I need to read. Stop. Bro, ChatGPT is telling me to write something. What the fuck do you want me to do with YouTube's code? What do you think I'm doing here? Excuse me? Fuck, god damn it. At this moment, a blurry light shot out from the void, revealing picture-like object. Revealing picture-like projections around Klein. Some of them recorded the helplessness and misery humans felt when facing supernatural beings. Some of them used the epic-like brush to reenact the scenes of humans using their own bodies as experiments, to attempt to fuse with beyonder characteristics, to obtain strength and save the race. Some described the unique cultures and traditions due to the Black Emperor, while others carried various viewpoints, books, and inventions. Some resembled the dawn of the present world. Starting from the massive machinery that spewed steam buildings that rose higher and higher, and the clothes that made movement easier. The contents and seemingly thin paintings exude a heaviness that was because they bore the inspiration and developments of civilization, of human society at different stages. Just back then, the god of machinery and the god of craftsmanship didn't properly digest. Bullseye, thank you. Dude, I'm so fucked. Like, I want to tell you guys no, but I get shit on for saying no, because, like, guys, thank you so much, but, like, bro, oh my god. It's just, yeah, thank you, Bullseye. Oh my god. Who made this? Who is Bald Wiz? Hold on. Who is Bald Wiz? Who is Bald Wiz? Oh my god, money! Salaki, you guys are at 5,000 and 6,000. Okay, now we're done. Okay, now we're done. We gotta. Do you have more members? No, but like we have like a no, okay, we're done. No, I gotta read. Okay. Some of them recorded the helpless. Nope, already read this. Back then, the god of craftsmanship didn't properly digest the sequence 1 Civilization Enlightener potion. Is that the sequence 0? Sequence 1 Civilization Enlightener? Excuse me? That's gonna be mistranslated because I don't feel like I have that title. That's a mistranslation, I assume? Oh, Illuminator. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Before advancing to Sequence 0 due to various reasons, he maintained his rationality and lucidity. However, this made him have to focus more on resisting the madness and inclination towards losing control. Amongst the 7 orthodox deities, he was slightly weaker than the other existences. The reason why the Church of Steam was the weakest orthodox organization that was apart from having the shortest history and the least heritage, its corresponding god was also not in the best of conditions. By the time Roselle raised the Industrial Revolution as the son of Steam, a member of Church, and brought with him all sorts of ideas, the god of craftsmanship took the opportunity to change his name to the god of steam and machinery, sharing in the progress of the enlightenment of civilization and digesting the corresponding potion. As the true god of in a neighboring pathway, he eventually chose to stand on Orthodox deity's side after the hidden sage chose to be Klein's enemy. Let's go! Let's go! What a guy. He's like, nah. He's like, I fucking hate that guy, so I'm just gonna be on the opposite side of him. Fuck him. The terrifying flood of information crashed into the illusory pictures and rapidly expanded, attempting to crack the cage. However, the tens of thousands of years of civilization were thick and vast. Thick and vast. The history left behind by generations of humans that numbered hundreds of millions was so vast and magnificent, it was enough to contain the information flux of the Hidden Sage. When the Hidden Sage tried breaking through the limitations of the god of steam and machinery in the hall of the indigenous hall, sealed by layers of plants, Klein extended his slippery and strange tentacles to grab the translucent mask that represented the fool's uniqueness before moving it to his face. Just as the mask covered Klein's face, numerous figures appeared around him. Some of them wearing postman uniforms, others were ordinary birds, while others were microbes that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. There were hundreds or thousands of them. Amon, you piece of shit. The hall that only had corpses hanging in the air became crowded, and the commonality of these figures was they all wore monocles on their right eye. Amon, the avatars of Mr. Error. It was unknown if they had used the primordial demoness or the Hidden Sage's attacks to open the back door and use a loophole to secretly arrive near the target. Looking at Klein, who was just about to put on the translucent mask and was beginning to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, these Amons revealed a smile at the same time, opened their mouths and said words that ordinary people wouldn't understand. These words intertwined and formed various terrifying ravings. You overlooked the primordial demoness. For her, Medici, who has only reached sequence 1, is no threat at all. Her greatest wish right now is to immediately produce a Lord of Mysteries and open the seal of the Western continent, allowing her to have a chance of finding the City of Calamity. Who the fuck is Bald Wiz? What the fuck? He even changed the fucking profile pic. What the fuck? Her greatest wish right now is to produce a Lord of Mysteries and open the seal of the Western continent, allowing her to have a chance of finding the City of Calamity. It's obvious that compared to you, I am a better choice. You're too weak. Are you still waiting for the Mother Tree of Desire or the Mother Goddess of Depravity to help you? It's no use. I placed the first blasphemy slate into the Fog Sea and placed it near the Abyss's entrance, not far from that island. Also, the enhanced seal brought about by the corresponding authority of doors and half the Lord of Mystery and half of the Lord of Astral World's control towards the world barrier prevents any outer deities from being able to have their powers penetrate inside for a time. Oh my god, yeah, oh my god, this is right. Everyone does have, basically everyone in chat has memberships now. Can everyone just spam, I don't know, an emoji? You can do the Bald Wiz one, you can do whichever one. I just want to see a wall of whatever emojis. Dude, this is amazing. Oh my god, that's awesome. Jefferson, if you don't have one right now, I swear to God, just turn on the membership, turn on the settings, bro. It's literally the settings stopping you, I promise. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god, there's a Unquiz now. Stop. Who is this? And without the influence of outer deities... without the influence of outer deities, the dark side of the universe and the chained god currently do not wish to interfere in the battle of gods. They would rather seize this opportunity to escape their restraints. They also wish that a Lord of Mysteries would be born as soon as possible to help them escape the predicament. If it wasn't for the fact that stirring them would also trigger the outer deities' corruption in them, I promise you that I would have already reached an agreement with them to deal with you. Amon was deliberately using information to fill up the ravings, using this to make Klein suffer the effects of the two-pronged approach. One that was mental corruption brought about by the ravings, and the corresponding content that distracted him. In any case, it wasn't a waste of time to him. On one hand, he had enough avatars. Each worm of time saying one word was enough to make him form many words. Excuse me? On the other hand, he forcibly fused the information together to make every single word represent many things. Oh my god, this is the craziest thing. This is by far our craziest stream. What the fuck? At that moment, the ravings of Amon echoed in Klein's mind like a sharp blade that pierced through his psyche, tearing through his mind. Normally, Klein could use his own status to suppress the ravings that was almost at the level of a Sequence 1. It wouldn't affect him, but at this moment, he was accommodating the Fool's uniqueness. His mental state was in such a weak and subtle balance. And no, Slavq, we're good, man. We're chilling. We're good. Go to work. Go to work. You're good. By the way, how's your leg feeling? Under such a scene, a straw might have crushed the camel's back, much less of so many of Amon's avatars. Furthermore, while Klein felt a sharp pain in his psyche, I'll hold off for thank you. While Klein felt a sharp pain in his psyche, I don't know, money. We're good, man. Like I said, there's good. It's feeling better. That's good. In a sense, wait, hold on. Furthermore, while Klein felt a sharp pain in his psyche and his self-awareness was in a mess, the sleeping mental imprint of Antigonus and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing showered signs of awakening. You got me going to work in the control room? Oh, okay, so it takes pressure off. That's good, because you're like, you can't be putting pressure on. I assume you'll get, it'll increase time. So, like, you're not ending stream even after you're done reading. I'm sorry. What are we doing after, money? At this point, I don't think I'm in a place to argue much, but, like, what are we doing? Which is 10 flights of stairs, but they're crane lifting you? Also, the translucent mask that Klein had just worn on his face. Wait, hold on. In a sense, Eternal Slumber was an extreme seal. The Amons, who had accommodated the door uniqueness, could undoubtedly be able to weaken the seal or make it lose its effectiveness. Also, the translucent mask that Klein had just worn on his face, the Fool's uniqueness, obtained an even greater, stronger will from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing. It was also gradually breaking free from the influence of Eternal Slumber, as it had a certain resonance effect with the same being in Klein's body. Without using any Beyonder powers, the Amons, who was simply creating a few ravings, had thrown Klein into a state of imbalance, and he was on the brink of losing control. Furthermore, all of this seemed irreversible because there was even more river water from the River of Eternal Darkness that allowed Antigonus' mental imprint and the even more powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing to continue sleeping. But at this moment, even if there was still the river water of Eternal Darkness, the Evernight goddess was unable to divert her attention. This was because she was trying her best to suppress the dual pathway god Amon. From this point of view, the Amons were deliberately sacrificing their true bodies to stall the goddess, to create an opportunity for the avatars to destroy Klein's ritual. But at that moment, Klein's pocket lit up. The light was a pale golden color like a sticky syrup, enveloping the surrounding area. Illuminated by this light, Klein and his avatar, as well as the book that was thrown over by the distant marionette. The truanced brass book. The sealed artifact extended its body in mid-air. As it bathed in the pale golden light, a rule appeared on the blank page, completely different from the repeated laws from before. Speaking is forbidden here. Let's go! Oh my god! Oh my god, let's go! Amon's avatar, read the D&D rulebook. Isn't that like 50 pages, bro? I mean, we can if you guys are up for it. The sealed artifacts extend... Amon's avatars kept opening and closing their mouths, but no one made a sound. It's still going! It's still going! YouTube is... Oh, could do the D&D one in Discord? We could do that, whatever you guys want. The sealed artifact extended its body in midair. No, I already read this, hold on. A line appeared underneath another one. Attacking each other is prohibited here. The brass book fell to the ground, spread open by Klein's feet. Under the illumination of the magic wishing lamp, it managed to break free from the repeated cycle from before, and it set up rules that were beneficial to Klein. With just a glance, the Amons made different responses. Oh, no, Money. I didn't mean like, oh, it's so long, I'm not reading it. Money, I meant it like, as in, would you guys want to sit here with me for like, I don't know, a while I do that? You just passed over MT's heartfelt mess. So love Q. Thank you. Blaze, how's it going, man? MT, where is it? What was your message, man? Can you just copy paste it? Sorry, I missed it. I don't know where it is. I wrote such a... it's so up, bro. It's so far up. Just dropped by for a minute to see how it's going. So how have you been? And how's the read? You're about to reach the... I am about to reach the NMT. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Thanks for popping by. I appreciate you, okay? I appreciate all of you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's good, man. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get to the end of the book, but I'm also so depressed. Like, it's like so much, dude. It's been such a big part of my life for 6 months, and it's coming to it 7 months, and it's like coming to an end. It's crazy. The sealed art... hold on. With just a glance, the Amons made a different response. Oh, under the illumination of the magic wishing lamp, it actually managed to break free from the repeated cycle from before and set up rules that were beneficial to Amon. Do you make Wiz like at my job? What do you at my job? To finish half a COI, even though I haven't read it for a month. Bro, it's a lot slower when you're reading it, Blaze, I swear. Thank you, Bullseye. A portion of them adjusted their monocles together and raised their right hands and gently clenched it before the corresponding authority to strengthen the seal. On the Truant's brass book, a line of text appeared. All the following rules are ineffective. Another portion of Amon's locked on a Klein who was on the boundary of losing control. Not being able to attack him didn't mean that stealing and gifting was prohibited. From stream, Bullseye. So from stream, except for like donations and memberships, I make 0. How much did I make this stream? I don't know. If you want to do the calculation, we can figure it out after we finish. Fuck, my mouse pissing the fuck out of me. At this point, Easy will finish COI. True. Excuse me? What the fuck did I just do? Upgrade? What the fuck is above grade old one, Salav Q? What the fuck is above that? What would you like? Pillar? Fuck, it deleted. Oh my god, I'm actually gonna fucking... I'm gonna get a new mouse. This is pissing the shit out of me. This is fucking... A pillar? Original creator? Sugar daddy? Bro, we were supposed to be done by now. Oh my god. Hold on. Okay, I really gotta lock in. On the different faces, the monocles in different forms emitted pure light. This was something they had stolen from the depths of the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. It came from the ASG's Eternal Daylight effect. It could purify filthy and evil objects and awaken sleeping creatures. They gifted this to Klein. This combined with the ability to control the strength of seals obtained from the apprentice domain was enough to break through the state of eternal slumber. In that moment, the mental imprint of Antigonus and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing in Klein's body awakened. The madness and vastness, cruelty, bloodthirstiness, and coldness were like an invisible storm that wreaked havoc in Klein's mind. Almost at the same time, in the fool's uniqueness that he wrote on the face without fully accommodating it, the powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing seemed like a terrifying monster that had been sleeping in the darkness for 1,000 years. It suddenly opened its eyes. The former chaos and the loss of control swept over at that instant, but Klein didn't panic, following one of his contingency plans. How many fucking contingency plans does this man have? Jesus. He calmly used the grafting ability to guide the mental imprint of Antigonus and the celestial worthy's will, the fool's uniqueness, allowing the 2,000 years of entanglement between them to collide again. Bro, so people are just popping in and they're getting memberships. I love this. Meanwhile, Klein relied on his consciousness and the anchors from the Fool and the Sea God's believers to balance out the celestial worthy's will contained within characteristics. Just like when he separated out the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic. It wasn't that there weren't any accidents, and if this continued, there was a chance that Klein would be able to balance between the two sides and completely accommodate the Fool's uniqueness. He would enter the final stage of ritual, but how could there be no accidents when he was surrounded by Amons? Several Amons strengthened the seal of the Truant's brass book and the magic wishing lamp to resist the former's rule limitations. Some Amons gave the eternal daytime to Klein, and a small number of them locked onto Klein to attempt theft. They were trying to steal his lucidity. Bro, this is... oh my god. Amon is such a piece of shit, dude. He just shows... he's like, I could just steal the mask from you, of course, but it's a lot funner for me if I actually just steal your lucidity. Get fucked. You're like, what? Excuse me? Bullseye, stop. In other words, oh wait, hold on. I lost my spot. I lost my spot, you bitch. I lost my spot. Once Amon failed, one after another, but in the end, there were still a few Amons who succeeded. They stole away Klein's self-awareness for the next 2 seconds. Okay, bye viewer. Thank you for popping by, man. Have a great rest of your day or night. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. They were trying to steal his lucidity. Klein's thoughts blurred. Without his guidance, the Antigonus's mental imprint, the last two wills of the celestial worthy for bless. Oh my god, I'm so cooked. The 2 wills of the celestial worthy, as well as the anchors from his believers, lost their balance and began to madly invade, influence, and corrupt each other. Everything became chaotic. Klein's body collapsed inch by inch, turning into clusters of maggots as he extended even more sinister tentacles. And at that moment, the rules of the Truant's brass book were wiped away and began writing, "Speaking is forbidden here, attacking each other is forbidden here." Soon after, a familiar text appeared, "All following rules are ineffective." After the seal was strengthened, the brass book seemed to enter a new cycle, and the influence the genie exerted on it became limited. Klein's consciousness quickly regained lucidity, but the situation in his body was chaotic and out of control. This made him completely unable to deal with the different influences or have any hopes of finding a new sense of balance. In other words, he would run down the path of losing control until he became a monster. Without any time to think, Klein initiated his final contingency plan when using his instincts and experience. He instantly gave up on saving his body and no longer focused on this. Not only that, but Klein also even allowed the Attendant of Mysteries marionette to turn into a whirlpool of maggots and let it fuse with his body along with Zarathul's mental imprint. He wanted to mess stuff up. However, Amon's avatars wouldn't allow him to make any attempts. Apart from the Amons who were fighting against the magic wishing lamp and the brass book. No, tomorrow's the final stream. Well, okay, a lot of things. Final, Lord of the Mysteries main story, yes, but we still have the side stories. I'm reading the Perfect Run, and then I have to read Mother of Learning, and then I have to read ORV, and then we're gonna start reading COI. So like, last stream for main story of Lord of the Mysteries, yes, technically, yes. But like, there's a lot of caveats to that. Not last stream. Reverend Insanity is far in the distance because it's after COI. Apart from the Amons, who were still fighting against the magic wishing lamp and the brass book, the rest of them began to steal, once again, trying to throw Klein's thoughts into chaos. The Amon and the postman's uniform succeeded, but what he stole wasn't Klein's lucidity, but a fresh drop of blood. The blood seeped into Amon's palm. On the heels of that, the postman Amon's eyes turned crimson as his stomach bulged. He seemed to be pregnant. He had stolen the blood blessed by the primordial moon, or the mother goddess of depravity. Oh, get fucked! Get fucked! Klein no longer placed most of his consciousness on balancing the Antigonus's mental imprint, the awakening will of the Celestial Worthy, and his anchors. There was no need for him to endure it passively. He could barely respond to Amon's threats. He used grafting to change the target that Amon had stolen to Sephra Castle and tempered it to the junk pile. He had replaced it with the blessed blood of the primordial moon. This was from the Shaman King Klarman. There was no doubt there was a certain connection between Amon's avatars. Furthermore, it was impossible for their levels to reach sequence 0. Therefore, when the postman Amon was contaminated by that drop of blood, the other Amons also showed levels of chaos. Some of their stomachs protruded as well, some of their eyes turned red, while others had invisible babies in their arms. This caused the other thefts to fail. Klein seized the opportunity and used the brief moment of lucidity to stir the powers of the Sephra Castle to cast a shadow over the ancient palace. This place was once again concealed. Mpreg is real. Oh my. Oh, that's where Mpreg oh, I see. Okay. Amonimus. Amonimus. I promise, if you just turn on the setting, you will get it. Then he ignored the mental imprint of Antigonus in his body, Zarathul's mental imprint, and the two wills of the Celestial Worthy, and his anchors beginning to fuse. He made the blank-faced avatar, which stood nearby, without having any breakdowns, to extend his hand towards the main body. I'm good, Bullseye. I'm good, man. I'm good, thank you. As Klein's self-consciousness didn't resist and even took the initiative to cooperate, his avatar didn't suffer many failures before using the help from Sephra Castle to successfully steal his consciousness, fate, and anchors, and most of his identities. Well, okay. Yeah, I don't... Oh, Bullseye might actually overtake Viewer for top 3. He might get a crown. Hold on. It's 5 finger. Wait, hold on. Oh. It's 5 finger. He made that blank faced. Its 5 fingers quickly closed and its wrists twisted as Klein's consciousness didn't resist it and even took the initiative to cooperate. His avatar didn't suffer many failures before using the help from Sephra Castle to steal his own consciousness, fate, and anchors, and most of his identities. The only identity left in that main body was related to the Fool. At the same time, he had also stolen the identity, fate, and imprint of the Antigonus family ancestor, the mark of fate and spirit. This could only succeed a few times. This could only succeed in a few tries, thanks to his consciousness cooperating. I want 2 chapters in 20 minutes, lock in. Okay, got it. As the stream of light with countless distributores appeared, Klein's avatar's face contorted as it turned into Klein Moretti, who had fused with Gehrman. He had become the main body without any characteristics. Of course, his consciousness and anchors were still resisting the mental imprint of the indigenous family ancestor, but compared to before, this was undoubtedly easier to deal with. Having already adapted to the identity of indigenous, he found a new balance, delaying the fate of losing control. Although this remained unavoidable, it gave him a certain amount of time. On the other side, in the spot where Klein's original body was, there was only the Fool's uniqueness. All the characteristics from the curtain, the Beyonder characteristics that originated from Zaratul, the tiny number of Beyonder characteristics which Klein had consumed and digested previously, as well as the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing, the remnant mental imprints of Zaratul, as well as the Fool's identity. And without Klein's self-consciousness, and without self-consciousness, and Antigonus's mental imprint and a large number of anchors, Zaratul's remnant mental imprint was quickly destroyed and corroded by the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing. What pathway would I pick? The Hunter pathway. I'm not gonna lie to you. In the next second, Klein's main body suddenly fell silent. Bro, all my shit, all my, your mom jokes would pay off, okay? I would be able to shonen as, fuck you. The collapse on his body stopped. You want the right answer? It would be Amon, okay? It would be Amon. I would choose his pathway. I would just stop short of becoming a demigod, and then be chilling. You know, like sequence 5 of his pathway is so clever. Apprentice supremacy? Fuck no. How is that the femboy? Right? What? Hunter. This. What? How? Bullseye. That sounds kind of racist. I'm not gonna lie to you. Check your privilege. Excuse me. The collapse of his body stopped. He lowered his head and stopped extending the tentacles around him. He was so quiet that he appeared to have lost his soul. In such a scene, the silence was even more terrifying than the madness. That frozen body seemed to be giving birth to an extremely terrifying monster. Klein didn't care about what was happening. He grafted the partial connection between him and his main body above the grey fog. Oh shit, Bullseye's overtaken viewer. Fuck. Okay, Bullseye's got the crown now. Nice. Klein didn't care about what was happening. Nope. Then he shifted his target onto Antigonus, who was on the stone chair. Without receiving help from Amon, the former half-fool had failed to escape his fate from eternal slumber. Klein once again reached out his hand, stealing the remaining 9-1 characteristics of the other party. Although he was currently using the identity and fate of Antigonus, it was still difficult for him to complete the theft. Failure was inevitable. Silently, reader, despite Salavq, how's it going? Aren't you at work now? What? At that moment, outside the realm of mysteries created by Sephra Castle, Amon regained his consciousness. They raised their hands and adjusted their monocles, causing the redness in their eyes to vanish. Others looked down at their stomachs and reached down to stroke them. The only other time I remember you were here during work, Salavki, was you said you were here during your lunch break, no? Are the two? I see, okay. These infants didn't cry, nor were they deformed. All of them took out crystal monocles from the void in smooth succession and wore them on their right eye. The number of Amons increased. He had converted the babies that were due, turning them into his avatars so as to prevent the corruption of the primordial moon and interfering with them. Or interfering with him. At this moment, the Earth Mother and the God of Steam and Machinery had achieved a small upper hand to some extent in their battlefields. They could finally make use of the small advantage to interfere with the situation inside the palace. Instantly, a portion of Amons turned into plants as they bloomed or bore fruit, returning to the land. A portion of Amons gained knowledge, information, and words as they ended up imprinted into an illusory book. However, there were still Amons who had used Blink and relied on loopholes and deception of rules to avoid the influence of those two gods. As they continued to strengthen the seal of the magic wishing lamp and the Truant's brass book, they opened a door in Klein's realm of mysteries. I'm just watching as dudes run around and ask me stupid questions because the dumbest fun. Yeah, it's yeah, that describes work. True. At the same time, the angels also noticed the changes in the astral world, but their gazes were unable to penetrate the Earth Mother's natural barrier and the God of Steam and Machinery's civilization picture. They couldn't see inside at all. This meant that even if they wanted to exert influence, there was nothing we could do. Inside the realm of mysteries, created by Sephira Castle, Klein succeeded in stealing the characteristics of Antigonus from 9 to 1, ones that have been digested. When we talk about the main body? Okay. Due to the law of characteristics convergence and the latter had attracted many Beyonders of the same pathway over the span of time. While turning them into marionettes, he had also absorbed their characteristics. Therefore, at that moment, there was a large number of seer pathway characteristics in Antigonus' body, including a miracle invoker characteristic. The dark points of light quickly merged into Klein's body and fused with him. Bro, Klein's gotta have like Klein's actually gotta have a fucking stockpile of characteristics that rivals fucking everything. Because, like, he has all the ones from the Moon City, the City of Silver, and now this? Like, he's gotta have characteristics out of his ass at this point. The dark points of light quickly merged into Klein's body and fused with him. As he was now with Antigonus and all the characteristics had been digested, his fate of losing control didn't speed up as he maintained his previous progress. This way, Klein had once again become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries who had already digested the potion with a fate that pointed towards losing control. At that moment, his main body raised his head, his eyes dark. Okay, music change. We're talking about the main body. Thank you, Kami. Oh my god, Kami is so on top of things. What the fuck? Excuse me? Thank you, dude. All for one? Wait, My Hero Academia, what? MHA? Oh, this one. Ah, nice, nice. Wait, hold on. At this moment, his original main body raised his head, his eyes dark. However, from this glance, the present Klein's mind instantly slowed down as his body turned cold. He had almost no way of resisting it. The powerful will that he was familiar with slowly began to rise, attempting to influence Sephira Castle. The Lord of Mysteries had awakened to a certain threshold in Klein's main body. The Fool had become the greatest existence that was being awakened. It matched the guess of the Tarot Club and was in conflict with true history. Before Klein's thoughts slowed down, he took the initiative to cooperate with Amon and dispel the realm of mysteries, allowing the situation inside to interact with the outside world. He had already fooled history without any problems, just like the first plan. Now, as for how to end it, he had no ideas. According to the situation, the final plan he activated at this moment was not to leave himself a way out. He would go from accommodating the Fool's uniqueness to advancing to the true Fool. In any case, this couldn't be any worse than his present situation. So wait, Klein's just gonna become a fucking god right now? He said, nah, bitch. He said, in for a penny, in for a pound, motherfucker, let's go. Fuck it, we ball. True, true. That is not... what the fuck is happening? I literally can't fucking... I can't type, okay. I was actually having a stroke there. I can't even... The curtain that enveloped the indigenous palace instantly vanished. The indescribable aura returned to reality, causing the entire astral world to shake. Outside the world barrier that was covered in cracks, the terrifying, indescribable face changed. The invisible barrier that began to tremble violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Every continent on the planet within experienced an earthquake. Not a serious one, but an obvious one. Above the 5 seas, waves surged as they encountered a sudden tidal force. Amid the noon sky, the moon suddenly... Amid the noon sky, the moon suddenly appeared, its colors extremely saturated and expanded. It was as if it had hung off the roofs of every house. Other than that, the brown planet, the orange planet, the scarlet planet, the gold planet, and the blue planet lit up, emitting light of different textures. It looked down from the cosmos, the entire Earth beginning to be appeared to be swept away in an invisible storm. There was a slight change brought about by the outer deities attempting to break the barrier. The aura that floated inside the ancient palace and the astral world made them collectively recall that terrifying existence. Agitated by this, either a result of rage or madness, they tried to stop his revival. Compared to them, who were blocked by the outside the world, the first to react was the magic wishing lamp in Klein's body. The sticky, pale golden light penetrated through Amon's seal, turning into a blurry, distorted figure. Everyone went, bro, he cannot be allowed to reawaken. The entire... Everyone is like, bro, that guy's goated and woated. Like, imagine this. The ancient sun god is so close to becoming God Almighty, and everyone is like, probably works out. They sensed the fucking Lord of Mysteries, and they're like, no, it can't happen. It stretched out its arm and pulled the brass book into its palm. The rules that were written had all vanished, and a new article formed. The resurrection of the deceased is prohibited. A faint grayish-white fog flashed, and new text appeared. All the following rules are ineffective. Even though it hadn't really resurrected and had yet to absorb the Foal's uniqueness and two sequence 9 through 1 pathways or characteristics, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing in Klein's main body could also control Sephra Castle and its status to direct its powers. At this moment, his existence and the fog of history had completed their interaction. Fragments of light began to distort as they merged into one, sometimes breaking apart, unable to form a piece of history. A sense of conflict appeared in that piece of history. Unknown viewer joined Discord. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Nagito. Thank you. Our true history clearly involved the prehistoric human soul, Klein Moretti, distinguishing themselves from the Fool and establishing the Tarot Club. He became stronger as sequence 1 at a time, and eventually reached the level of a true Fool. However, the present history was that the Fool was a great existence that was awakening. The celestial, worthy of heaven and earth from ancient times, had finally reawakened. I'm gonna need to stop soon to get, I need to get something, because my tea is all out and my throat is starting to really hurt. Because I'm talking with a lot of gravitas today, so. At that moment, although the rule selection could be put in effect by the genie using the brass book, could only be effective for less than a second, it still significantly weakened the will of the celestial worthy inside Klein's main body, as though he had suffered a fatal blow. No worries, Solovku. As for the Earth Mother and the God of Steam and Machinery, they had just given up on interfering with Amon altogether, as they wanted this Mr. Error to have the time to deal with the awakening Lord of Mysteries. However, those who had clearly some power to spare didn't attempt to affect Klein's main body, but were suppressing the Demoness and the Hidden Sage. Make 100 fake accounts. The only one I know who could do that is Dr. Z. Hope made the same joke. Okay, love it. Okay, that's great. At that moment, although the rule... Wait, hold on. The subsequent attacks and interference from the latter two were no longer intense. It was as if they were waiting for an outcome. To them, the resurrection of the Lord of the Mysteries was the achieving of their goals: produce a pillar as quickly as possible and prevent entities that had animosity towards them from becoming Lord of the Mysteries. In addition, the pathways that they were in didn't belong to the three pathways controlled by the Lord of the Mysteries, so they didn't have any conflicts or feuds with the other party. I am now 40 if you're Oh my god, Dr. Z. Amon, who was no longer affected, immediately changed his target and focused most of his attention on Klein's main body. There was no need for any explanation. They clearly knew that this was their greatest threat. Without any hesitation, the Amons raised their right hand at the same time and squeezed it, stealing the effects of eternal daylight. However, the Amons didn't give up influencing Klein. With their numbers, they split off a number of members and looked at Klein, who was currently a sequence 1. Furthermore, Klein also bore the identity of Antigonus. The monocles of these Amons suddenly lit up. Using the authority related to Dor, they moved Klein out of the real world into the cosmos. They're just gonna get him, he's gonna let him be devoured? He's like, and they'll take care of him out there? What? Excuse me? He's like, I don't need to do it. It probably works out. What the fuck? He's like, it's too much effort for me, you know, I've got it. Okay, sorry. My fucking window just crashed again. We're good. Okay, I'm sorry. My window crashed. Okay, I had to fix it. I'm sorry. Okay. No, I'm locked in. Nagito, I'm okay. The monocles and their wait, hold on. In the vast, dark universe, Klein's figure appeared, and then instantly became thin, turning into a paper figurine. The figurine first had its belly bloated before giving birth to a paper baby, and then rapidly rotted away. Klein had used grafting and paper figurine substitute to block the attacks of Amon, thank God. However, in that moment, the effects of the eternal daylight once again were stolen back. This was the Lord of Mysteries' control over powers of his pathway. Even though he had yet to fully revive, he had begun this process. Amon's eyes flickered as he gave up on Klein and focused on 3 matters. Oh, Amon just said, he's stronger than I am, I can't do anything, we're cooked. One month, thanks Nagito. Real body. Klein began to snatch control over Sephira. Wait, hold on. Most of them continued to steal the effects of eternal daytime and resist the Lord of Mysteries, with a small number of them locking on to Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair. They began to steal the other party's state of eternal slumber. In addition, all the Amons who had dispelled the strengthening of seals and even weakened themselves. Klein, who was no longer the main body, being attacked by Amon, didn't counterattack. His attention focused on his main body. The awakening of the Lord of Mysteries was the biggest problem. At that instant, the illusory mark on Klein's glabella appeared, a strange door of light stained with hints of bluish-black, emitting faint grayish-white fog. Klein began to snatch control over Sephira Castle from the Lord of Mysteries, so that it wouldn't be so easy for him to make use of his level and power. And with the Lord of the Mysteries not fully resurrected and having accommodated the Fool's uniqueness and the corresponding characteristics, he could reduce his strength, allowing his failure rate to increase significantly and allow for effects to be inferior. In addition, his control over Sephira Castle, the fooling received by the Brass Book weakened, and the chances of Amon's theft also increased. In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, at the foot of the giant shadow formed by ASG on the surface of the sea covered in all colors, words appeared. The revival of the Lord of the Mysteries failed due to many interferences. Adam is writing this, like the Brass Book, basically. Or not the Brass Book, but like the Quill, basically. He's saying like, my bad, it failed. With this sentence forming, as Klein fought for the control of Sephira Castle, the Amons once again stole the effects of eternal daytime that had augmented the Lord of Mysteries. Elsewhere, they had also stolen Antigonus' state of slumber. Without any hesitation, Amon transferred the state of slumber to Klein's main body and gifted it to the Lord of Mysteries. At this moment, the words appeared on the Brass Book. Resurrection of the deceased is prohibited here. Suddenly, the terrifying will in Klein's main body weakened, producing a strong urge to fall asleep. But this will was so powerful that even after a long amount of time, it was unable to wear it down completely. Under these two restrictions, it was still tenacious and slowly recovering. It also attempted to use tampering and fooling to get out of the predicament. I don't even know how the fuck do you animate this? Excuse me? What? At the same time, the Evernight goddess who was floating above the ancient palace relaxed her control over Amon's true body. She pulled back the bird-shaped golden accessory and aimed it downwards. Inside the bronze eyes of the bird-shaped accessory, illusory layers of doors surged out, allowing countless colorless drops of water that had a strong aura of stillness to drop on Klein's main body. Drop of river water from the river of eternal darkness. And while the goddess was doing this, Amon's actual body's attempt to escape tacitly slowed down. The aura of the Lord of the Mysteries, which was slowly growing, receded. It stopped its fluctuation and fell into a state of slumber. We talk about main body again? Sounds good. However, this condition wasn't stable and could be broken at any moment. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's empty hand pulled out a gigantic sword from the void. The sword's surface was covered with orange-red light as it exuded the dawn of twilight, the aura of decay, the symbol of the Twilight Giant. That's crazy. She just said, hey, I killed him, so now I'm gonna take his shit. The goddess's arm that was covered in short black fur extended, striking down with the sword. She had kept some energy as though prepared to deliver this moment. In the strange sound of the void shattering and decaying, the sword that was covered with the light of twilight slashed through the dome of the Antigonus palace, causing the hanging corpses to drop down. Right on the heels of that, it struck Klein's main body, which had yet to escape the state of eternal slumber. Right now? Jessica, how's it going? Thanks for popping by. If I remember right, you joined us from the Slay the Princess stream, no? Oh, elegy at the end. Okay, we're back. We're back. Dr. Z's making a new account. Wait, hold on. The portion of the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries rapidly vanished. I'll make the music a little louder. Oh, sorry. That should be better. If it still needs to go louder, let me know. The portion of the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries vanished as the body began to wane uncontrollably. Yes, and I stopped. Oh, I appreciate you popping by, Jessica. Thank you so much. You got gifted a membership today. It was a crazy day. The portion of the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries rapidly vanished. Okay, now I'm locked in, I'm sorry. And the body began to wane uncontrollably. It broke down along the Fool's uniqueness and the two sets of sequence 9 through 1 characteristics in his body. They also collapsed and gathered together. Seeing this, Klein followed his plan without any thought. He used Sephra Castle to pull down a quarter of the fog of history and enveloped it. Amidst the grey fog, the Fool's uniqueness and the characteristics fully converged. They frantically absorbed the fog of history around them, turning into shapeless, dark liquids. This blob of light stretched out as though it was forming a strange, translucent hooded cloak or a person whose internal organs and flesh were emptied out. The Fool's Potion. Make the video to tell anime-onlys to watch your VODs? What? The Fool's Potion. The Amons reached out their right hands at the same time in a bid to steal the potion. Okay, I'm really sorry. I know this is a really dog shit place to... I'm not even gonna make more tea because I don't have time for that. I'm just gonna grab a Diet Coke really quick. I just need something to drink. Talking this much, give me one. I'll be right back, or give me 2 seconds. I'm back. And it has the wrong fucking one. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Okay. We're back. Okay, see, that wasn't that bad at all. That wasn't that bad. I'm gonna trust Dagger's count because it's at 5. That wasn't that bad. Alright. 1380. It's been... Took 6 ball dunks. Oh, I'm sorry. The 7th epoch started, really? A miracle. There's only one person we know who makes miracles happen, bro. My go. Klein Moretti. Love you, guy. Alright, let's go. Okay, let's go. More than 1,000 Amons each committed theft. With his numbers, as long as he wasn't extremely unlucky, there would always be a few who would succeed. Furthermore, the Fool's Potion was ownerless, so it wasn't hard to steal. While carrying out the theft, Amon removed a particular seal of Amon removed a particular seal on his body while allowing the apprentice and marauder characteristics to release their powers and converge. This was rather effective towards the Fool Potion, allowing Amon to increase his success rate even further. But all the Amons failed because of a new rule that had appeared in the Brass Book. Acts of theft are forbidden here. To deal with the Awakening Lord of Mysteries, Amon had weakened the seal here and helped the Brass Book escape the fooling. It could now have a limited number of effective rules for a brief moment. But now, he had been adversely affected by them. Nagito later, bro. It's fine. Seizing this opportunity, the illusory brand between Klein's brows became even more obvious. A faint, grayish-white fog gathered around him, forming a cocoon. He activated Sephira Castle with all his might. Together with his Attendant of Mysteries characteristic, he created an extremely powerful convergence effect of the Fool Potion. The black liquid that didn't have a fixed form seemed to be a starving beast that saw food and pounced onto Klein. It kept extending and changing like a translucent skin wrapping Klein inside. Klein's face appeared underneath this liquid. His facial features, somewhat distinct, sometimes blurred, sometimes distorted, sometimes blank. In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, under the giant shadow formed by the ancient sun god, words in the most ancient language rapidly formed on the illusory surface of the sea. Antigonus's efforts at advancing to the Fool ultimately failed due to various reasons. The reason why this existence that once dominated the entire planet didn't use Klein's name was that he was now carrying the identity and fate of Antigonus. If the subject in the sentence had been the former's name, Klein could ignore it. What had Klein Moretti's failed advancement got to do with Antigonus becoming the Fool? But when the subject became Antigonus, it was like a prophecy. It was as if an arrangement that had already been decided. Such a sentence could turn the situation very grim. If Klein didn't give up on the Antigonus identity and fate, he would be restricted by those words. If he gave up on Antigonus's fate and identity, then the sequence 9 through 1 characteristics in his body would no longer belong to him in the truest sense of the word. He had never digested them before. They were characteristics that Antigonus controlled. At present, it had nothing to do with Klein. All he did was forcibly devour them. Oh my god, this guy's a piece of shit, dude. Bro, he didn't... Oh my god, I'm so fucking mad. I'm like becoming non-verbal. Under such circumstances, even if there were no other factors, just the undigested characteristics would cause Klein to lose control on the spot. And consuming the Fool Potion in such a state was undoubtedly impossible. As the ancient sun god wrote, EBS, the Lord of Storm, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, who were in the astral world, sent something. Each launched the most intense counterattack in an attempt to interfere. However, even though a large portion of his energy was spent on restricting the true deities, the ancient sun god quickly completed the sentence. But his giant shadow embodiment dimmed as though he was unable to maintain it for long. In the astral world, within the ancient palace, in the battle that pit the Earth Mother and the God of Steam and Machinery against the primordial demoness and the hidden sage, the situation became more intense. However, the former two were still able to divert a certain amount of strength to affect Amon's avatars to prevent them from destroying Klein's advancement ritual. The Amons were forced to blink everywhere, but some of them would still turn to plants blooming and bearing fruit, while others collapsed into illusory books. Apart from that, a large number of them were strengthening the seal, limiting the Truant's Brass Book, preventing the rules it enacted from being effective, or being effective only for an instant. Apart from that, a large number of them were strengthened... Under the influence of these factors, even with Amon's numbers, it seemed to be insufficient. But even so, a small number of them managed to seize the opportunity to make crystal monocles and similar circular symbols to reflect Klein's figure. In the next second, the monocles and the circular symbols emitted pure light. This wasn't theft, but the act of returning things. At this moment, Amon's decision was to return an item he had stolen from Klein. Klein's thought of suicide. What? Back when Klein was captured by Amon and brought to the Forsaken Land of the Gods, he had attempted suicide on many occasions but failed, as his thoughts had been stolen. At a critical moment of his advancement, he had the intention to commit suicide. The outcome could be imagined. He kept it on deck. He was like, oh, he's like, Klein, I don't want to ruin the surprise, but you are gonna love what I'm gonna get you, okay? We have had this from the first time we met. You're gonna love it. At that moment, Klein, who was tightly enveloped by the Fool Potion, felt his thoughts turn chaotic and wander. His hair spread out as he felt extreme cold, sticky liquid invade him. Then he had the thought of committing suicide and giving up. Me every morning when I wake up for work, and I'm like, end it all. This was a change that Klein never expected. He had forgotten how Amon had stolen his thoughts. He didn't expect that the other party was unwilling to abandon these thoughts and had kept them. If it were any time in the past, his thoughts might have been strong, but Klein could still use his self-control to resist it. It would be akin to dealing with a nasty thought, but now he was in the midst of an advancement ritual, being affected by the potion and his mind losing its stability. He couldn't suppress such thoughts. The Amons always had various, strange, but effective methods. Fortunately, Klein wasn't only Klein, but also Antigonus. What did the relation of Klein's thoughts of suicide have to do with Antigonus? Listen, if you want me to be Antigonus, I'm Klein. If you want me to be Klein, I'm actually Antigonus. I am Schrodinger's Klein, okay? His thoughts were the same... Wait, hold on. With this level of knowledge and from this additional identity, Klein didn't immediately give up. He pulled Antigonus' mental imprint in his body and mixed it with the idea of suicide, suppressing it. My schizophrenia overpowers my suicidal tendency. Exactly. Under such a balance, Klein's mind and body were further corroded by the Fool's Potion. His mind was the same as when he advanced to a tenet of mysteries, completely dispersed. But the difference was that he didn't fuse with the spirit world this time. Instead, he continued to extend, enveloping the entire planet, the entire spirit world, and part of the astral world, like a gaseous body. At that moment, Klein felt that he was in the body of different believers, in every human, in every animal, in every living being. Everything had godhood in them. At that same instant, he also scattered within the fog of history, scattered, fleeting through time, scattered in the silent flow of a river of light in multiple directions. One was also infinity. At the level of godhood, an experience like this made Klein's thoughts wear away even more, as though all that was left was a coldness that looked down on everything. However, even this coldness was dissipating slowly. It wouldn't be long before Klein completely lost himself, led by the various mental imprints in the Fool's Potion, becoming a true monster. This coincided with Antigonus' crazy fate, allowing the latter to accelerate. At this moment, he felt something was off, unharmonious, and unnatural. In the fog of history, there was a small number of light fragments twisting and distorting, unable to form. They gradually separated, breaking into two different branches to record different content, allowing the twisting to achieve the initial state of recovering. Being imbued with everything, Klein's mind was thrown out due to this tiny, disharmonious abnormality. He found some aspect of self-awareness again. With this self-awareness at the core, he gathered his scattered mind and guided the fusion process with the Fool's Potion in his body. But at this moment, the fate of Antigonus losing control thanks to the ancient sun god's prophecy erupted early. Klein's body collapsed again, unable to withstand the full potion. My boy, come on, we're almost there. Don't give up now. You didn't come this far just to come this far. Let's get it done. Without any hesitation or the luxury of time, Klein immediately removed a portion of the theft effects and returned Antigonus his identity, fate, and self-awareness. Allowing the him sitting on the stone chair to open his eyes, the dazed Antigonus gradually regained his clarity. He didn't immediately lose control, because the main reason he lost control was the Lord of Mystery's will, and now the Fool's uniqueness and most of the characteristics was no longer in his body. Therefore, Antigonus could use his own will to resist the madness and try to stop the fate of losing control. The prophecy of the ancient sun god came true. Antigonus failed to become a Sequence Zero, the Fool. And without his identity, the Sequence 9 through 1 potion characteristics of the Seer pathway in Klein's body turned into something that hadn't been digested. This threw him to the edge of losing control immediately. The Fool's Potion that wrapped around his body like a cloak completed the act of seeping through. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing was awakened yet again. Give up. Leave everything to me. This time, I won't accommodate another Sephira. I won't help you protect the living creatures you wish to protect, but I won't harm them. It's not that I won't keep my promises, it's just that they are too weak, not worth my attention. This place will be off limits to other outer deities. An unfamiliar, yet weirdly familiar ravings reverberated in Klein's mind, and the thought of killing himself that had been suppressed previously surfaced yet again. The outcome of failing an advancement attempt was about to occur. At this moment, the goddess, who was originally powerless to slash downwards with a sword, gave up on controlling Amon's true body. As Amon's true body leapt out, and just as the avatars waited for Klein to fail the ritual, the goddess once again dragged the exaggerated sword covered in orange light. This time, the target was Klein. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he took the initiative to be controlled by the thoughts of killing himself, but not making any attempts. With a poof, he was slashed by a symbolic sword of twilight, shattering into a rotten body of meat that seeped out characteristics. Klein died. Excuse me, motherfucker? Before the Amons took any sort of measure against him, he was killed by the goddess before the ritual failed and lost control. In the next second, the goddess wore the bird-shaped accessory on her head as her body expanded and enveloped the ancient sun. So hold on. So I'm gonna guess Klein's gonna revive because he still had a Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries characteristic. Even though it hadn't been digested, it allows him to revive. He's gonna revive. And then... But then how does he take the full potion? I don't know. In the next second, the goddess wore the bird-shaped accessory on her head as her body expanded and enveloped the ancient palace. She instantly erased Amon's true body, avatars, Earth Mother, the primordial demoness, god of steam and machinery, hidden sage, Antigonus, as though they were erased. Concealment. The ancient sun god seemed to understand what the goddess was trying to do, but already having made 2 prophecies, there was no way for him to write a third. As for the 3 gods, they continued throwing what they had at him, holding him back. Oh, I'm sorry, he can pull 2 bullshits out of his ass, but not a third? What? In the next second, a miracle appeared. Klein returned from the fog of history. The uniqueness of the Fool had already belonged to him, and the 3 Sequence 9 through 1 characteristics rapidly returned to his body. Afraid that he would be disturbed, the genie quickly made use of the brass book to add a rule. This place is suitable for the return of characteristics. Klein returned to his previous state of him drinking the potion. Thank God. Okay. But the thing was different from before was that back then his body's pillar of support belonged to the 9 through 1 characteristics of Antigonus, ones that hadn't been digested. Now, the ones that returned to him were the digested 9 through 1 characteristics that belonged to him. This way, he would have a true pillar of support when he first arrived at the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, an attendant of mysteries who had finished digesting the potion and was capable of advancing to Sequence 0, the Fool. By relying on his resurrection, Klein overturned his state. A flash of inspiration he had gained from Roselle. Of course, the entire process was different from the resurrection of a Black Emperor. The character that Klein had arranged to kill him was the genie. He never expected that the goddess who hadn't discussed this with would share that tacit understanding. In that instant, his body split apart, turning into thin, grey fog and dark liquid. The grey fog and the black liquid blended together, and the countless maggots that resembled meat tendrils sprouted on the surface. Then intertwined into a translucent, dark-colored robe. There was no body under the cloak, just darkness. This process was very brief. In less than 2 seconds, the goddess's concealment of so many deities was clearly unable to last long. In that instant, a door of light traveled across the surface of the concealed world quickly. The door opened and Amon leapt out. At the same time, he saw an illusory mask with a blank face appear under the translucent dark-colored robe. The mask instantly outlined Klein, who had fused with Gehrman's traits. Amon's thoughts turned chaotic, as though his intelligence had been lowered. The Fool was born. Oh, that's so good. The Fool was born. Chapter 1379 or chapter 1380 and chapter, what was it, 7 or whatever that we got the Fool? Or was it chapter 4? I don't know, something like, fuck, man. How long? Okay, okay, you're not done yet? Okay, we'll just do it in chat really quickly. Your call. If you guys want me to read one more, I'm fine too. Okay, you guys can pick. Okay, I think no one noticed, but Evernight is digesting death right now, so killing a god is actually good for... Oh, true. We already voted, though. Alright, it seems to be a resounding yes, so we'll go one more. We'll go one more. You might end up at the Fool God of Mischief. Praise Loki. Praise indeed. My boy. Oh, Klein is now gonna go, buddy, you are half a great old one. You are half a pillar of the universe, Amon. You're really cool, okay? Let me show you what the other half looks like, motherfucker. Oh, we're about to beat your ass. Inside the White Tower, the headquarters of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Thank you, Hope. Thank you. After Luca Brewster, who was trapped underground, completed his prayers, he focused his attention on the seal autonomously strengthening itself. He wanted to find out what was going on, if he could decipher any secrets hidden within. As he proceeded down to each level, checking each and every artifact, Luca was taken aback. Missing 1,400 chapters of context, but still contributing. Exactly, it's crazy. As he proceeded down each level, checking each and every artifact, Luca was taken aback. His expression became confused. He was lost on whether to take his next step with his left or right foot. This seemed to be a very profound, esoteric question. What? In the southern continent, beside a cathedral belonging to the goddess. Oh, mysteries! Oh, everything is becoming a mystery. Oh, I think I get it. Leonard picked up a coffee cup made from local ground beans and wanted to take a sip. During this process, his thoughts wandered to the closed window and the bright sky, trying to figure out the anomaly. However, he was unable. To leave the room and was sealed there. As for the old man, Palez, he had fallen into some strange state of silence. Thankfully, there wasn't any additional danger. Therefore, Leonard could sit in peace, using his thoughts to replace his actions. After an unknown period of time, he looked down at the coffee cup and had been placed back on the table as he frowned. What did I want to do just now? The Rorstead Archipelago. Having not noticed the changes in the environment, Danitz fiddled with the telegraph device in his room. The Golden Dream had recently come to the Sonia Sea and stopped at a port with a telegraph office. Danitz wanted to invite them over to Bayam as guests to take the grandeur of a Lord's Oracle. If possible, he wished that the Golden Dream could use Bayam as its primary harbor. This way, he could return to the ship at any time to participate in adventures and seek out treasures. At the same time, he could choose to listen to the captain's lectures. As an all-rounder, Danitz had no doubt mastered all the knowledge and techniques needed to send a telegram. But at that moment, he sat in front of the machine, tapping his fingers, sending out the words he had constructed. At the very beginning, his thoughts were clear and his words were proper. This left him somewhat smug. Gradually, his eyes straightened and his hands didn't stop moving, as though he was moving on instinct. After the telegram was sent, Danitz exhaled, picked up a cup, and drank a mouthful of beer. It was quicker than I expected. Even if I lose my job in the future, I can go work for the telegraph office, Danitz thought. He then picked up the draft and recalled the process of how to send it out. As he looked, his expression turned odd. What the hell did I send in the end? Danitz couldn't help but whisper. Apparently, he had very likely mocked the first mate, the second mate, Ironskin, and Beryl towards the latter half of the telegram. Then he passionately confessed to the captain. I'm finished! I'm finished! Why would I express what's in my heart? Danitz's face turned pale as though he suspected that he had been controlled by the potion. The content he had written didn't go through his head. He sent the telegram to indicate that the content from before had nothing to do with him. It was a result of Anderson causing trouble. At this moment, he realized something was amiss. The sky was gray, and there wasn't a single cloud. So, like... Interesting, okay. In the astral world, the existences and objects that had been concealed by the goddess broke through the restrictions and returned to reality. They were like Amon's actual body, looking dazed without making any immediate reaction. In addition, the goddess also paused. She herself hadn't thought about her subsequent actions. However, her first instinct was to protect herself. Oh, Captain, my captain? Yeah, he's in love with his captain. Because he finds her really pretty. Basically, everyone on the ship only works for her because they find her really pretty. and smart. She's not, Yes. The Lord of Storm, the EBS, the god of knowledge and wisdom who had been restricted in their own kingdoms, experienced certain changes. The intensity in their counterattacks was lower, giving people a sense of doubt, unsure if the entity before them was an enemy. You're good. The genie abandoned the Truant's brass book and directly returned to the magic wishing lamp. He seemed to recall to have fought to his limits and had no choice but to retreat to the seal. He also seemed to recall something. Antigonus, who had just regained his self-awareness and lucidity, was once again confused. his face filled with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What's happening around me? In the forsaken land of the gods, the ancient sun gods, giant shadow sighed and said, "Let there be light!" The light in the astral world brightened as it stabbed into the eyes of Amon's true body's avatars, the primordial demoness, the hidden sage, and everyone else. They regained their senses and made use of the time to respond differently. The flood of information dispersed and fused with the various symbols around it, instantly disappearing. The black python-like tentacles with an eyeball on their end rapidly retracted. No one knew where they went. Amon's true body looked at Klein, who had just advanced, and gave up the chance to exert his influence while his condition was unstable. He raised his hand and adjusted the monocle on his eye. His figure split into multiple, seemingly illusory and realistic doors. The doors opened and closed at the same time, preventing any existences like the goddess from knowing where Amon had gone. After that, Amon's true body left. His avatars faded and disappeared in a bizarre manner. This was a loophole that turning the act of Amon's true body leaving to being equivalent to Amon's leaving. At that moment, the giant shadow that the ancient sun god had expanded only to shrink and transform back into Adam, who had carried a thick shadow on his back. Beneath the feet of this visionary, the sea that contained all colors instantly dissipated. Looking up to the astral world, Adam returned to the back of that shadow screen through a crack. Everyone said, "Bro, the fool is here? We're not fucking with all that. Pff, no chance." They're like, at this point, let Amon and Klein fight it out. Of course, Adam's gonna be a little piece of shit and like, "Oh, actually, I think my boy, fuck you." But everyone else is like, "No, I'm not here to deal with all that, brother." The fusion between him and the true creator had just begun, and it wasn't over yet. The attempt to raise himself to the level of half a great old one was actually rather difficult and risky. This would make their progress a lot slower in the future. In the astral world, as the wars subsided, the natural barrier formed by plants and portraits of civilization faded away, along with the illusory crimson moon. Listen to me, anyone who is against my boy Klein is an op, okay? Fuck you. I don't care if you're the ancient sun god, I don't care if you're the ancient fucking dark side of the universe, I don't give a fuck who you are. The Lord of Storm, EBS, and God of Knowledge first shattered the thick spots of light outside their divine kingdom, then calmed down and returned to blocking the world's barrier cracks. Senta! True! Now, yeah, we get it. The Evern and the goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, put away the pitch-black coffin, the twilight sword, and the bird-shaped accessory, her 4 arms, and looked down. After the translucent, dark-colored cloak produced a mask, it transformed into Klein's body. Klein pressed his hand against the most invisible mask on his face and placed the other on his abdomen, his back slightly arched as though he was in indescribable pain. Just as he raised his head to look at the goddess that was covered with a thin black veil, a pitch-black cloak appeared outside his body. Slippery, and sinister tentacles extended from beneath the cloak. Oh my god, the artwork is gonna take so long too. After becoming the fool, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing in him had undoubtedly wakened even further. Change stream title to what? Oh, 81. Oh, I see. Oh, done. Okay. No, Milos, this is it, bro. This is it. The crazy ravings and roars continued to echo in Klein's ears, tearing through his mind, letting him know this was going to be his future. There was no way to kill the Lord of Mysteries. Even if his will was slowly worn by time, his consciousness would remain forever. He could snatch Klein's body at any moment and completely revive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just killed the Lord of Mysteries' will, making the awakening him weaker than what Klein expected, Klein suspected that he might not have been able to survive. All he could do was watch as his body collapsed and he became another existence. Of course, he could still seek the goddess's help to give him a drop of Eternal Darkness's, the River of Eternal Darkness's river water, but this wasn't a long-term solution. It could only delay it for a time. Relying on his own consciousness and anchors, Klein stabilized the consciousness of the Celestial Worthy. At this moment, he was unable to speak. The goddess above said, "What you need now is stability." With that said, her figure vanished, and she returned to her divine kingdom. This madness is the price of power. That is true. Klein turned his head to look at the slightly dazed Antigonus. With a thought, he returned to Sephira Castle. Sitting in the half-collapsed palace, Antigonus sat on this huge stone chair. He felt as though he had just been through a very, very long dream. Poor boy. But he still has he's a Sequence 1 angel now, right? So like he'll be okay. Inside Sephira Castle, Klein sat at the chair of the Fool and focused on stabilizing his mental state. Just as Klein was about to research them further, got it. Just like that, before he achieved an initial level of stability, he had no way of seeking treatment from a psychiatrist unless he paid a visit to Adam. With some stability, Klein quickly checked the authorities he obtained. They were called Fooling. Not only did it contain history, time, fate, change, and concealment, it also included the mind domain of blind stupidity, and the simplest application was to lower one's intelligence. So that's what happened to that guy? He got hit with, like, blind stupidity? He went left, right, Just as Klein was about to research them further, his spiritual perception was triggered. Alright, last music change. What do we got? Thank you, Kami. Oh god. Someone had invaded Sephira Castle. And only when the enemy successfully invaded did Klein obtain a notification. Klein suddenly looked up and saw the grayish-white fog that formed a door at the other end of the table. A figure wearing a top hat and a monocle walked out. Amon. There was a tinge of darkness in Mr. Error's eyes as his smile appeared crazy. He nudged his glasses and said, "Are you pleasantly surprised?" Klein wanted to use Sephira Castle to expel him, but realized there was a problem. Amon had gained control over Sephira Castle? Amon cast his gaze at him, pulled out a chair and sat down, chuckling. I released the suppression of the Lord of Mysteries in my body. Him, being the owner of Sephira Castle, is me, being the owner of Sephira Castle. Of course I can enter. This is very risky. Even in the past, I didn't want to try it, but since you've grown to this extent, I can only take this risk. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm pleased with the effects. As Amon spoke, slippery, sinister tentacles appeared beneath his clothes. He took the initiative to revive part of Lord of the Mysteries, allowing himself to enter a half-crazed state. Absolute cinema, dude. Oh my god. Oh, Amon, how far will you go, motherfucker? Goddamn. Just let it happen. Why you gotta be such a piece of shit? Oh my god, I won! Just let it go, Amon. You're fucking such an asshole. Before I start just checking out art, I just want to say thank you to everyone for being here. I don't know how many people are here right now. We have over 100 people here right now. Thank y'all for being here. If you guys are interested, consider joining our Discord link in the description, to talk about Lord of the Mysteries and other stuff. I don't know. All right. That's it. That's my spiel. That's it. Oh my god, there's so much. There's so much. We're gonna go to some chiller music now, okay? We're gonna go to some chiller music now. I just need a rest. Wow, that was so much. Gonna do the D&D. Pushkar, we'll have to see, man, because we'll have to, we're gonna have to see, because we have so many people playing. If I decide to, I would need to make sure everyone's okay with it, obviously. So I don't know, maybe not, I don't know. Would you have rather stopped at 80? Very well written and epic music. Oh, thank you, Jessica. Yeah, if you're interested in Lord of the Mysteries, if you want to read it yourself, obviously do that. Or I have been reading it all the way from like chapter 40 or 50, basically all the way to basically the end now. Kakarot, no, not 82, bro. Life of Antigonus. Deep sleep. So I assume this is Amnesis then? Read the rulebook on stream? No, I'm not reading 50 pages of the rulebook on stream. Are you guys nuts? Antigonus is fourth on the new Night of Disaster. God damn. Did I hear just skim it? Look at artwork after an extreme today so that people can organize. Yeah, that's fine, Luvian. Yeah, you guys are good. We're either... Okay. Alright, Money. So in that case, we'll do... Okay, if you guys want to read the rulebooks together, what we can do is... I gotta go do some stuff. Let me end stream. Let me end stream. Let me go do some stuff, and then I'll give you guys a heads up on Discord when I'm free, and then we can read it together in Discord. How's that? Does that work okay? This stream went way longer than I expected it to. Fuck. I mean, hiding is our only chance. Be quiet. I'm fine with that? Okay, sounds good. Go to sleep, Zaza, it's fine. A bit older in fan art? I feel like they... Yeah, but like he was a kid. The wolf of Ornasus. Jesus. Bethel Abraham, Amon Antigonus, the Tudor Empire. Amon. Bethel Abraham, damn. He wasn't a kid? Roughly when? It'll be in a couple hours, guys, like 4 or 5 hours, I'm not gonna lie to you. It'll be in the afternoon. Like I have to go do some stuff. Damn, this is cool too. Damn, that's beautiful. She's in pain, she's calling me. Oh, wow. What? What, you do it in 6 hours? We can do it at 10. I can live with that. I can live with that, Zaza. Yeah, we can live with that. I can live with that. Antigonus. Damn, he looks kind of based. Excuse me? He looks cool. But I thought he had like a long beard and stuff, no? It's been a yeah, it has, Livion, man. Fucking crazy, man. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Man, how crazy. Adam raised his head and looked at the astral world, which had been distorted from authority and symbolism. Piece of shit. Life of Antigonus. By the way, that is like damn near photorealistic. What the fuck? Life of Antigonus more? Good God. Wow. Damn, Antigonus has really cool artwork. I still think Bethel Abraham in my mind has like the coolest artwork. But damn, this is cool. Oh my God. Wow. That's so beautiful. Take off my mask. Okay, smiled calmly and said, "They don't seem to be aware." Like, oh, let me show you why I am the one who got closest to being a great old one way back when, bro. Not even a great old one, a fucking pillar of the universe. Jesus Christ. We didn't even show you all the there's way more. Jesus Christ. Sad part. Oh, that's so sad there. Jesus. That's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. You're about to get fucking mogged, okay? You ready? Oh my God. Damn, that was cool. Damn, these are so cool. But you're gonna get... What are we gonna do? Oh my God, Golden Eyes looks so good with this. What? Man, what are we gonna do with Amon now, though? We gotta beat his ass somehow. I don't know how. No, in 6 hours, Pushcart. It'll be 10 p.m. for me in 6 hours. I also have to stream tomorrow, motherfuckers. I'm not trying to fucking go to sleep at like 1 or 2. Fuck all that. Damn, these are cool. Lord, forgive me my transgressions. I'm about to beat this bitch named Amon's ass. Forgive me. Damn, bro. Is this got to be official artwork? What? Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Not official? No? Oh my God. Even this is so good. Amadeus is covered in clutch as always, bro. Damn. A few things are official. Oh, this is so cool. I have seen this artwork. I think I've used it in a video. That's nice. That's an interesting take. It looks nice. Wow, that's super cool. They're like, dude, this community has some of the best artists I've... Like, this is crazy work. What? I don't even know what I'm looking at here. So that's... I can't even... Am I dumb? What? What the fuck? Like, my brain can't comprehend. Other than the face up here, I literally can't fucking comprehend a thing. What the fuck? It looks beautiful. I just have no idea what I'm looking at. Motherfucker, if someone is sending more shit right now, I'm gonna lose my mind. The Legend of Zelda? Ah, I've never played any of them. Well, that's not true. I played King. What's the thing that the Kingdom Hearts? No, not Kingdom Hearts. Excuse me. Sorry. Legend of Zelda. What was the most recent one that came out on the Switch? Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom. That's what I'm thinking of. Tears of the Kingdom. Thank you. I played that. It was fine. Everyone was like, "Oh, it's the greatest game ever." I was like, "It's solid, great." By the way, this one really cool. This is the same guy that does those volume enders artwork, because it's the exact same style. It's got to be him. Or her. Sag. Alright, sounds good, Zaza. We've seen these, but these are oh, we haven't seen the Merlin ones. Oh, this is so cute. This is so cute. Oh, actually, you know what I am curious about? You know what I do want to do today? I'd like to try to get done before tomorrow's stream. I'd like to, because we probably have a couple more emotes that now we can put on because of the members. Thank you. Thank you, SalafQ. Thank you, Money. Thank you, Viewer. Thank you guys so much. So I'd like to try to get those put on before tomorrow's stream so that you guys have them. I don't know what we're going to do, but we'll figure that out. Okay, we can add 3 more emojis. That's a lot. Goddamn. Alright, bye Zaza. We'll hopefully see you soon. This is nice. It's an interesting take, but like this stuff, and like this in particular is crazy beautiful. The Tarot Club up here? Very nice. Shh, Zaza, we're having a good moment. Don't ruin it. Yeah, Salafku, because it's gonna be like rarely, like once on a weekend or whatever. So if you can, fuck it, we'd love to have you, man. Ah, man, this is wow. That's beautiful. How much artwork is there? Oh, nice. This looks real. What the fuck is even that? Oh my god, that looks beautiful, but also scary as fuck. Mr. Error. Here, have some day. Here, have your suicidal thoughts back. Piece of shit. This is nice. This is very cool. I'm pregnant and you are the very good. Okay. Love the world and love yourself. More importantly, Take a step back and help others. Give up unnecessary obsessions and talk to others more. It's good for you. Oh, he's trying to hypnotize him, I see. Give up. Bro, it wasn't even a chess game. Klein just won, and Amon said, actually, I just ate your queen now, so, you're technically not ahead. And you're like, what the fuck? I thought we were playing a game, bro. Like, eh? Why? Damn, she looks she looks like the final boss in like a Souls-like game. Like, she looks so good. What? Fuck you for this. And I mean, bro, just say Bald Klein. Why you gotta freaking... Why is this on me too? What? Oh my god. That looks... Dude, actually, she looks like a female Malakath. That's actually a great comparison, Quantum. Oh, that's actually a great comparison. That's it. Alright. Man, that was a crazy stream. So Klein is gonna have to beat Amon's ass, but like, how do you do that, bro? He's got this. He's got the one trump card he had was like, oh, he's I've got the Sephira Castle to make up for the fact that he's a dual pathway god. But now he lost. So now he's a dual pathway god with control of the Sephira. How do you? What do we do here? Klein is built different. This is true. No, Klein isn't cooked. Because again, Klein's setting up that ritual at the... Klein's setting up, not that ritual, but like all those preparations at the start where he was going to each of the Tarot Club members being like, hey, the Fool is probably also gonna... the Fool is probably gonna go in a deep slumber or something. I feel like that's how the story ends somehow. Like, Klein becomes the Lord of Mysteries, but then he has to go to sleep like Antigonus, basically, for a while to figure out, to wait until the will of the Lord of Mysteries weakens or something. But like but before that, I don't even know how we beat him on, bro. What? Fuck everything else. We'll decide it with a game of chess, actually. Like, fuck. Alright, guys. We'll end stream there. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. But a special thank you, a little extra special thank you to SoftQ, Money, Viewer. Thank you guys so much. I hope to see you guys tomorrow around at the same time to finish out Lord of the Mysteries. Fuck, man, that's crazy. Finishing out Lord of the Mysteries. Yeah, I won't look at the artwork, so you guys are good. So you guys can submit stuff. I'll go there. You're good. Thank you, guys. Bye, guys.